Good afternoon. I'm so delighted to invite you to our panel, La Chicana Then and Now, 50 Years of Teaching at UT Austin. My name is Maria Cotera. I'm an associate professor in the Mexican American Latino Studies Department, newly arrived and very happy to be back in my hometown. So our panel highlights one of the most significant and enduring legacies of Mexican American studies at the University of Texas, the class on La Chicana. The first La Chicana class was designed and taught by Ivy Chapa, and she initiated it in 1975. Since that time, it has been taught by a staple of Mexican American studies, of luminaries, feminist luminaries, Gloria Anzaldúa, Dr. Inés Hernandez Avila, Dr. Brenda Sendejo, Teresa Palomo Acosta, and our two other panelists, Dr. Lilia Raquel Rosas and Dr. Patricia Garcia. I would like now to introduce you to our panelists. I'll start with Dr. Ivy Chapa, who will go first. As the founder, it's only appropriate. So Dr. Ivy Chapa is a lifelong educator, an early Chicana feminist, and the first person to teach La Chicana. She holds a PhD in education from the University of Texas, and in the 1970s was the founding director of the Chicana Research and Learning Center here in Austin. And I'll just a little personal note, she worked on that project with my mother, Maria Cotera, who's going to be talking with us a little bit later today. She was a high school Spanish teacher for over 40 years, and she is currently retired and living with her family in Houston, where she continues to inspire and motivate youth through her dedication to the cultural arts. Next, we have Dr. Patricia Maria Garcia, who is a senior lecturer in the Department of English and faculty affiliate of the Department of Mexican American and Latino Studies at the University of Texas at Austin. She has been teaching the course on La Chicana since, I think we said 2009.
Yes.
So yes, in the mid-2000s, she started teaching that, or late 2000s. She holds a PhD in English from Texas A&M and has been teaching at the University of Texas since 2009. She is noted for her excellence in the classroom and has won numerous awards. And she is also a faculty member in the Free Minds program, teaching humanities courses to post-traditional students returning to college learning. And finally, we have the inimitable Dr. Lilia Raquel Rosas. Originally from San Francisco, from the Bay Area, she has resided in the South Side and East Side of Austin, Texas for over 2 decades. She's the executive director of the nonprofit Red Salmon Arts and caretaker of Resistencia Bookstore, Resistencia Books, which are both dedicated to Chicanx, Latinx, and indigenous cultural arts and programming and serving the communities of Austin and Central Texas. She holds a PhD in history from the University of Texas at Austin and is presently an adjunct professor at St. Edward's University and the Department of Mexican American and Latino Studies at the University of Texas at Austin, where she currently teaches La Chicana. So I'm so delighted to have these 3 incredible women with us. I'm hoping you can hear us. Is our audio good, Jesus? Great. Okay. So I think we want to start off first with Dr. Ivy Chapa, who will lay the scene for us in terms of how she first conceived of the class, got it on the books, taught it, and the context of that time in really, which was in the early years of the Center for Mexican American Studies, just as it was beginning as a center at the University of Texas. So I'll pass it on to Dr. Chapa.
Thank you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here today with these fabulous women and with our great audience. If you take time to learn something new, you are a great person. As an educator, that's how I feel about people learning. So, how do you do this? It's very difficult to go back and reflect and think about how things got started. There was a group of Chicanas who worked through the university in terms of the students there. We were housed across the university at a place called the Methodist Student Center. It's not there anymore. I drove past one day and it's gone, unfortunately. But it was kind of like the ethnic center. The Chicana Research and Learning Center was there, and I was part of that. The African American players were there. Tejidos, a literary magazine, was there. There was one more group, I can't think, but you get the idea of what the director was trying to do to bring cultural diversity to the drag and to the university, which at the time was just now beginning to accept Chicano studies, and there was a center, and I don't know how old it was, but it was a novice organization. But the sad part about it, when we finally decided that we needed to put together the Chicana class, the Chicana studies, we did not receive the support that we thought should be coming from the Mexican American Studies Center. The professors involved were not supportive, and what was required was a document with lots of questions, I put my resume, the curriculum, we needed somebody who was going to support us in terms of being the vouchers. They vouched for us. And we could not find somebody at the Mexican American Centers, but a young history professor, Dr. Armando Gutierrez, took me to see Dr. Herschel, and he supported me. He said, do what you need to do. I don't have to check it. I know you'll do it well. If you're a friend of Armando, I know you'll do it well. And he just signed off on it, and off we went. I had to have 10 students. I had 12. Now, there's method in our madness. We were trying to put together a Chicana bibliography. And the young ladies who decided, they knew this. They knew this was going to be their project, and they decided that they would go ahead and get the credit for the class and help with the research. We eventually produced, let me whip out a copy here, La Mujer Chicana, an annotated bibliography, not very thick because there wasn't that much material. But with the help of all of these young ladies, we slowly and surely began to build this base. The first class was taught in a thematic mode. There wasn't anything that I could take and go from the Chicanas of the revolution through the movement. There wasn't anything that would flow through that. It was like documents, just documents. At the time, the Chicanas were putting together magazines and writing about ourselves. Hembra. You even found some work in the Civil Rights Digest on the Chicana. So we started the class with a document I had created on Mexican American women in education. The title was The Role of the Chicana in the Educational Process. It was presented at the Education of the Mexican Americans, a conference sponsored by the Mexican American School Board Members Association, the Texas Association for Bilingual Education, the Association of Mexican American Educators, and the Chicana Faculty Association of the University of Texas at Austin. Now, how I snuck a place in that hallowed group of people, I don't know, but I did, and there was a presentation, and that was the first document that I used for the first class. That I remember. From there on, we went into, like I said, thematic approach, And we just found what we could use from the bibliography. We went to the Chicana publications like those I just showed you, the Chicana feminism and el movimiento. There was a lot of early material on that. Education, health, history, labor and employment, la cultura, la familia, machismo, politics, social issues such as just the ones you have now: childcare, prison, rape, religion, sexual stereotyping. That was big. Sexual stereotyping. They stereotyped us down to nothing. We were nothing. We could do nothing. We couldn't teach a class at the university level. We were down to nothing. And then we did add a little third world woman section as we found it, but mainly we tried to stay. That's why it's a slim but powerful document. Within the framework of the Chicana, what was there about the Chicana? And as I said, very little, but it was the avalanche. Oh, I don't think I mentioned the avalanche yet. There are certain periods in history that I call the avalanche periods, where it's like you stick a stick of dynamite into a mountain of snow, and that stick of dynamite was the Chicanas at the University of Texas working. And then after that, it exploded, and the avalanche just brought down so many wonderful women writing fabulous things, researching, even writing about their moment of what was happening, the Chicana movement, writing about personal things. But some of us were looking into history and trying to fill in our background. And we found a lot of people. Emma Tenayuca, the labor leader. Later, I think I've mentioned her already. Ellen Ochoa, the astronaut, brilliant woman. My God, she holds so many patents. Y'all need to look her up if you haven't read about her. Thinking more, those are the first two that come to mind that we found and we wrote about. Oh, how could I forget? There were two gentlemen at the center who found two women that were they're just incredible. You haven't read about them? Look it up. Jovita Edad, she became my personal inspiration, and Jose Limon, Dr. Jose Limon found her. When I mean find, because nobody knew about them. And so started documenting about her. Saracel Ramirez was Emilio Zamora's favorite. And so there were some men that were helping do the research, and not coming to me, but it's okay. Oh, Carmen Lamas Garza, a contemporary, but my God, what a woman. She's housed, her work is housed at the Smithsonian. She's an incredible Chicana artist. Yeah, I could go on and on, but what I'm doing now is just kind of recollecting periods of when we found this, and you go back and look what we found, and people would run to the center, to the Chicana Research and Learning Center, all excited, and jumping up and down. Look what I found! Look what I found! It was such I got chills. It's such an exciting period. What I'm glad about is that what we did still exists today, and anywhere you look, the syllabi of these two lovely ladies with me is incredible. It's like 10 pages long. I didn't have any of that material. There was no material. I couldn't pull out my little phone and punch a button because we didn't even have that. We barely had a computer. And I had to borrow that one. Mainly I worked on the typewriter. It's not coming to me, maybe with some questions, but I just wanted to set the scene for you, starting with nothing and building all the way 50 years later to this fabulous. Oh, I did a little study. I forgot I was a Ford Fellow. One of you was a Ford Fellow also. And I got money to write to all the universities and find out who had Chicana studies, not Chicano, Chicana studies. First Chicano. There were very few that had Chicano, and each one of them, maybe Maruca can verify this, but at the time, I think I found 5 or 6 places that was even trying to stress the Chicana studies. It was very slim, ladies, but we persevered, as we always do. And thank you for your time. I'm going to turn it over to the ladies. I think I have had my 15 minutes. I'm not sure.
Well, we could listen to you for the whole afternoon, Dr. Chapa. It's such an important history. And I just want to point out a couple of things that I think are especially notable and point our audience to other potential sources for this history. So, Dr. Chapa mentioned working at the Chicana Research and Learning Center, which was at that time housed right across the street on the drag at the Methodist Student Center. The Brenda Sendejo, Dr. Brenda Sendejo, who coincidentally has also taught La Chicana. So you can see there is, in the class of La Chicana, there's actually a Chicana history embedded in that class, a history of Chicana feminism in Texas embedded in the story of that class. And so Brenda Sendejo actually wrote a beautiful essay in a book that I helped edit, Chicana Movidas, titled The Space in Between, that really looks at the Chicana Research and Learning Center and its connections to CMAS. And so I urge the audience, if they want to dig into this history a little bit more, Brenda has done really important excavatory work on that. And please do take a look at that article. And so I want to pass this on to Pat, who took over the class in the 2000s, right? So we have a big jump, and other people taught in that class in that interim. And Brenda actually tells a wonderful story in her essay about how she was looking in Gloria Anzaldua's archives, and this is just showing you the connections between the Chicana Research and Learning Center and La Chicana class. She was looking at Gloria Anzaldua's archives, who taught the class in the 70s, and she saw that Maria Cotera, who had just published Diosa y Hembra in 1976, had visited the class and done a guest lecture. And Brenda looked at her notes, Gloria Anzaldua's notes, where she wrote down notes while listening to Cotera speak about Las Diosas in the pantheon of gods in Mesoamerican or indigenous religion. And so it just shows you that there is maybe not a continuous line, but a rich tradition, and that this class has really been at the center of Chicana feminist studies in Texas. And so, Pat, I would love for you to talk about your experience teaching the class and what you knew about it when you started, and how you approached it, and if you've changed your approach in the interim. What is your own personal history with the class?
So I was at UT late 80s, early 90s, and in the English department, and did not get involved with Latina studies at all. I don't know how I missed it, and I'm so frustrated that I didn't recognize that it was there. So one of the things that teaching in the English department has been really important to me is to make sure that students, and especially my Mexican American Latino students as well, are aware of it. So when I started UT, being an affiliate at that time of CMAS, I would do one class in the spring for that department. And so it began with the La Chicana class. And I had done a similar class in my previous position in San Antonio at Our Lady of the Lake. And so sort of brought that work that I had done with me. But one of the things that I soon realized, the lovely part of being at UT, is our rich history and our archive materials. So I started taking students to, we were doing La Frontera. I started taking students to the Anzaldúa archive and having them look around, because I didn't do that kind of work until graduate school. And I wanted students to have that experience to work with primary materials. And that really changed so much of what we did in the classroom space, where they were engaging and connecting with those materials and really beginning to see themselves as not to see themselves as scholars and to see the material that we were looking at as scholarly. And I think that's been such an important aspect for them to recognize that their history is part of their education. So after doing that for a few years, I was working with one of the archivists, a woman named Christina Blyer, who was very, very helpful in putting together the type of project that we did. And so about 2 or 3 years ago, Norma Cantu and a couple of other scholars, I want to make sure I get all the scholars' names in here, Candace de Leon Zepeda and Miriam Cantu Sanchez from San Antonio put a call out for a book on teaching Anzaldúa. And that was a conversation that I was having with other people that taught this class. Like, how do you teach Anzaldúa? What do you do? Why can't we have this? And so Christina and I worked up an essay on our archive project, and the book came out last year. And it was really exciting to see the pedagogy that I was doing turn into research and collaborative research with an archivist. And I felt that so speaks to feminist methodology. So I want to just read a quick passage from here because it helps explain how important this work is for the students. So one of the things that we use at the archive is Anzaldúa's journals from when she was a student at UT in the late 60s. And my students, when they read this, I mean, I have students that tear up. Not on the archive. I'm like, don't cry on the material, right? But so Anzaldúa writes, this is from 1968. I've once again come to the realization that I'm not up to the standards as a college student with a BA and a master's candidate as one involved with English as a major. This morning, I heard a couple of graduate students in English discussing any number of subjects with an ease and a vocabulary that I envied. How can I go about to learn to speak like that? And my students and I talk about how we've all felt like that, how they feel like that, and how this class and this research makes them feel a part of the space. So one of my students whose work I included in this essay wrote about, and this is a quote from the reflection essay she did on the project. She said that this project, quote, helped decolonize a space where I wouldn't have seen myself in before. And that's our own Ashley Nava, who works with CMAS now. We're just so excited that she's been part of the university and come back again to sort of like he says to pay it forward. And so that just has always stuck with me about making them feel this space. So I was teaching this class last spring when COVID happened. And before COVID, Fridays in the class was sort of open discussion. As long as the student group leading the discussion connected it somehow to the readings, we could have the discussion on the topic. And so we talked about safety on campus. We talked about pressure to get married. We talked about gender roles for both men and women. I mean, it went in so many different directions. And when we got back into Zoom after COVID, students were really happy to see each other. But one thing I noticed is that the conversations weren't always as open, as free. And I realized that for those students, many of them were home. Mm-hmm. And, you know, mom was in the next room. Mm-hmm. And they were having to, I remember a student coming to that class and she had her camera off, then she turned her camera on and she's rocking her 2-year-old sister. Mm-hmm. She's like, I'm sorry. I'm like, why are you apologizing? This is our reality. And we still had good conversations, but the tone changed. And I realized that that space we created in the classroom for them was so important to how they were going to express themselves. So that is something that I'm still sort of reflecting on and thinking about how to have those conversations and how to create, you know, a safe space on Zoom. So I'm really interested in how it's been going on Zoom this year. And I mean, that's the reality of feminism, mm-hmm. right? It's always changing. I'm sure in a minute, my 9-year-old son's mm-hmm.
Thank you, Dr. Cotera. Thank you, Dr. Chapa. Thank you, Dr. Garcia. I say this because Evie reminded us that we worked so hard to get these PhDs, and so and so did I. And so I don't call for it often, but I am a doctora and I am super proud of it. And as you can see, Kat Asata Shakur wanted to be part of a presentation today. She's constantly wanting to, so she's the one who busted it. So you saw a little butt. That's what's going on. But I have such appreciation as I tell students, when you are a part of La Chicana, because it isn't just a class, you're part of not only a legacy of experiences that fought to make this class be realized, but also you are now building and pushing it forward, as you're saying, Pat, into what it could be. And so what I, as a new hire at UT, what I did was I tried to go through as many of the syllabi that I could get my hands on. I didn't work that hard. It was whatever I could download. Okay, I did not do any archival research. Just to get a sense of what were the directions in which this class had moved forward. And what struck me prior to designing my own syllabus was that, it often had either a very strong sociological component or a very strong literature component, always multidisciplinary though, always. And so as a historian, I was trying to figure out what would be my way of adding to that conversation, who also uses a multidisciplinary approach in history. But at the same time, I actually love literature, and I love all the work we do, basically. So I was like, well, in some ways, La Chicana is perfect, right? Because it allows you to meditate not only on the work that maybe we do in our own right, but how to build that work. And so I decided to not only draw inspiration from the work I had seen. Sandra Cisneros has been, I think, consistently assigned in La Chicana. Gloria and Saldúa, I know one of my mandates was, because I had heard from students in previous conversations that they had read Borderlands, La Frontera, but they never read the entire book, or at least they never read the first, they only read one chapter, which is that chapter number 5, right? How to Tame a Wild Tongue, I believe, and you all can correct me if I'm forgetting it in this moment con los nervios. And so I was like, okay, well, we should read Borderlands, right? I mean, if you all are telling me you're not reading Borderlands, at least let's get through the essay part of it, which is, of course, multi-genre. And then I was trying to think of things that I wanted to captivate them so that the funny feedback I'd get was just like, well, this is old-timey stuff, right? This isn't stuff we have to worry about. Or they're like, well, we're beyond those struggles. And, and of course, often the class also serves as an introduction to Mexican-American, Latino, Latina, Latinx studies, an introduction to feminist studies, an introduction to queer studies. And so part of it was like rascando un poquito, ¿verdad? And saying, well, do you really think that maybe these struggles are all solved? Or shouldn't we talk about the ways in which heteronormativity drives us into certain kinds of relationships? Or maybe we need to talk about how, my favorite thing to say in La Chicana is, I don't care how woke you are, if you go home and your mother, if you have, a mother egg that's in your life that's raising you, is still the person that is cooking and washing and taking care of everything as first gen students, as Mexican American, as Chicanx students. If she's doing that labor, and you all don't even think twice about it. Mm-hmm. How woke are you in your feminism if you know that you can count on that labor? Mm-hmm. So let's get real. Because the reality is these are the hard conversations that we all have to continuously have in our own processes and our own identity formations, and embrace that Tejanas too have a rich history embedded in a feminismo that is ours. And that maybe part of it is no sabíamos, ¿verdad? So I didn't know until I didn't know, but now you know. So how can we enlarge those conversations? And I think the only major shift I did in my iteration of La Chicana is that I've also brought in zines. Zines for me was an important addition for them to see Chicanas of their age group or a little older who were engaging in their own modes of cultural representation and self-production and do-it-yourself culture, so that they could see that, any one of them could could not only build on the work that we were doing in La Chicana to talk about gender, to talk about sexuality, to talk about race, to talk about immigration, to talk about education, but also how is it that they've wanted to then continue that conversation. So their final project that they've been doing, and I haven't changed it yet, has been an e-zine, is what I call it. So rather than it being a paper zine, and I don't have any around me right now, it's basically a publication that exists online for them to dedicate a topic that emerged out of our many conversations throughout the class. And I'm like, which is the one that stuck with you that you then want to create so that it's a viable part of what we're doing here together? Juntas, ¿verdad? Mm-hmm. So I think I'll leave it there.
I love how each one of you has brought to the surface an important aspect of this class, so that this class is not just, I mean, it strikes me that this class is not just like, oh, here you're going to learn the canonical literature about Chicanas, right? But there is an aspect of it that is that of learning, you know, from others. There's an aspect of it that is about consciousness raising within a group or a safe space, right? There is an aspect of producing new knowledge forms. And I think that has been very interesting to sort of trace because, you know, Dr. Chapa pointed out, and this is the case for many early Chicana feminisms classes, is that, or Chicana studies classes, is that you did not have a wealth of materials or books or canonical sources to teach from. And in many cases, the classes themselves were creating those things, right? So this idea that knowledge is being produced, not just delivered from above, you know, already set in stone, that emotion and affect is part of that, you know, and I wonder if you guys think that, you know, these resonances suggest that there is a certain kind of Chicana pedagogy that emerges from the history of Chicana studies that is important to mark or make note of.
Maria, if I could insert something here as la veterana. I think there is no right or wrong way to teach the class. Mm-hmm. You put what's in your heart. I use my students big time. They have a lot to do with the class. Whatever they want to talk about, like some of it here mentioned was whatever they want to talk about, as long as it's part of what we have discussed or part of something, part of growth. As long as somebody's growing, as long as somebody's researching, and if they don't want to research, if they just want to read, as long as somebody is in touch with the idea of La Chicana and how important it is. And by the way, both my mommies and daddy cooked and cleaned and whatever. It was a really, and I know in Maruca's family, it's a very partnership. Not you do this, I do that. So there's a lot. I mean, the way you thought it is, and they think it is fine. The way I think it is fine. As long as we're putting together ideas and educating people. They're reading, for God's sake. Do you know how many kids don't want to read? Mm-hmm. Don't want to read. At my level, that's at the secondary level. That's, oh my God, it's rampant. As long as they put something in here and can pass an AP test, when you come from that neighborhood I taught, I was happy girl. So ladies, whatever you're doing, you're right, because you're doing it. And your students are doing it. I just wanted to say that.
And when you're saying about reading, one thing that I love, and it happens with different tests, it happens with House of Manga Street, it happens with La Frontera. I've been teaching the work of the writer Reynaga the last few years, and I've been lucky enough I brought it to CMAS and Mall's broader campus, and we actually did reading her in my other Mexican Lit class, and we were able to do Zoom. And but one of the things that I love is when students tell me, I love that book so much, I gave it to my mom to read. Oh. And I hear that in this class so often, that they're sharing it with the mom, and we're talking about it. And, you know, I do that too. I share, my mom was a English teacher and Spanish teacher. and is still a big reader. And so I give her a text and we have these conversations. But to hear my students say that, to giving that to their mother, and I was really thinking about what you said about, what do they recognize about the labor of their own home, right? That was one of the conversations that came up on those Fridays where we would really just share with one another. That's so powerful because they realize that paying it forward is not just about, helping the next generation, but thinking about where they came from and how do they change that dynamic. And that, I think, is really important for them to think about how feminism is not just theory, but it's practice as well.
Crucial for them to realize that. I thought of one other little gem to pass on. It has to do with, well, of course, reading. That's how you learn a language. You read. Dr. Stephen Krashen, his big secret, he says, my big secret of how you learn a language is you read. So that's really big. And our kids aren't reading, but the big important part of what they're not doing is thinking. So it's very important what you just said, that to think about the ideas, to get them to think. And I'm sure that Friday you missed very much because they were doing their thinking and sharing during that time. They were processing what you had done for the week or however often you had them. And so that's something that I think a lot of educators need to start focusing on. They don't know how to think. They truly do not know how to think. They're so busy watching the what's on the screen there or the screen in their living room that they're not thinking. They just accept whatever somebody throws at them. So I think that's something that we can stress in our classes.
I think what I also, to add to that, what I appreciate about La Chicana is, for the most part, at least in the classes, the versions I've taught, they've been small. So it's usually maybe 25 students. So it allows, as you were saying, Pat, this ability to wield, and I'm speaking of pre-COVID,
yes,
a safe space, a brave space where through the reading, then those real life stories come up. And I always tell my students, I go, you can share whatever you want. If you want to share as it relates to the reading, that's fine. If you want to share something that relates to your story, that's fine. If you don't want to share anything that has to do with your story because now is not the time, that's fine. If you want to ask me something about my story that suddenly you got curious about, maybe it's fine, maybe it's not. It depends on I'll tell you what I want to share, And so sometimes the conversations, the 21st century, we're thinking, I'm always a little shocked. Caramba, do we have to have a conversation on consent when we talk about sexuality and sexual expression? Well, in my classes of, in La Chicana, yes. When we talk about reproductive rights and justice, well, just consent and relationships is, something we should be having. And rather than saying, no, in this class, this shouldn't be happening. Why didn't you get this somewhere? I'm like, no, let's have that conversation. How did, whatever we read in Cisneros or in Anzalúa or in Virginia Grice, I also use quite a bit of Virginia Grice. How did that maybe cause us to think about beyond what is just being shared here by these authors? So I guess, Maria, to answer your question, I think the pedagogy that surrounds this Chicana studies is this willingness not only to be so readily adaptable, and we do it well, but also this ability to always treat it as something that is like a river, ¿verdad? It's never finite. It's constantly moving, and we don't know exactly where it's going to go. So we're constantly trying to figure out, how do we continue to expand it, and also how do we slow it down when we need to, right? And I think that there's a beauty to that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And I also, thinking about all of what you all said, applying sort of the text that you read or the theories that they engage to personal experience and reflecting, how does this kind of, apply to my own experiences, either in the home or with partners or whatever. So yeah, I think that's really interesting. We do have a question from the audience, and it's for, I know, but it is for the folks teaching the class now, and they would like to know if if you still have to fight like Dr. Chapa did to teach the class, or if now it's an accepted part of the curriculum and counted like other classes and all of that?
Good question.
I think it is an accepted part of the program. I mean, there is no doubt about teaching it. And I think one thing that I've recognized over the last few semesters that I've taught it, and I think it's coming out of the work of many different people, but especially, Brenna's amazing work in documenting this and work like this panel, is how this class is part of the history, right, of Chicana studies here. I do think one of the questions that, we've been, and I'm starting to grapple with, is how do I get them to understand Chicana feminism and La Chicana in the context of Latinx feminisms, right? And how we come up with that question. And I know, again, we're learning, right? We're coming up with other ideas, but I mean, I started teaching, they're like, do you want to teach this class? I'm like, yes, I would love to teach this class. So, and it's one of those that's on my sort of rotation of courses that I do for MALS.
Was the point of that connecting with other feminists? Is that what, in Latin American feminists?
Yes, and just thinking about, so we talk about sort of Mexican American identity, and within sort of understanding of Latinx identity, what does it mean to come from different places or to not be from this particular border? Borderlands works really well when my students read it, especially my Valley students. I always get a lot of Valley students. I'm from Corpus, not enough Corpus students. I got to figure out, they're all going to A&M for some reason. But, my Valley students, some of them are just, it's still like that. And she wrote this in the 80s. I'm like, I know. Sometimes I think it's even worse. But other students who are in the class that don't identify as Chicana or Latinx, but have this class because of a friend, still find within that text that border space in other ways in which they see sexual, psychological class. And so we try to open up that conversation to have that. So it's that, as the idea of the intersectional feminisms and sexuality.
The thing about feminism is it's a cultural thing. It changes within groups. It changes within time. The important part of it is that the woman, the Chicana, not get left behind. If you're talking about economic issues, then she's right there. You have to pay her what you pay him. If we're talking about health issues, she needs feminine health as opposed to the general health, so that it's that you don't get left out, no matter what the general consensus of the environment, whatever the environment is, that's fine. But whoever's in that environment, they don't get left behind. And in this case, we're talking about the Chicana. So it's going to do that for you, Doctora. It's going to change, and it may change day to day, and it may change from student to student, as long as whoever it is that you're defending doesn't get left out.
I want to give Dr. Rosas the final word. I don't know if you want to say anything to close us out. We're right at 5.
I'm just enjoying listening and learning también. I cannot express how much appreciation I have. I don't have to fight to teach this class, and that in itself is something that there's not enough gratitude, except in these moments, to say thank you for abriendo esa brecha for us, because now we know that this class is there. And I think for me, my ongoing concern is to remind students that yes, this class is viable and it's changeable. And if you don't like my version, we'll take Dr. Garcia's version. We'll take or take Dr. Fernandez's version. Whoever the next version will be. It's okay. And also, I think the beauty now, Maria, is that now I can tell them there's now a class called Chicana Feminism or Feminisms, and you should take Dr. Cotera's class. So let's continue this conversation. I always remind them this class is a starting point.
Yeah.
And hay tanto más que aprender, and we should.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I agree. And actually my class was, it's funny, the way I conceived of the class was actually with La Chicana in mind and as a prehistory of La Chicana. So my class is archivally based, and it's about Chicana feminisms in the 1970s and women like Ivy Chapa, Marta Cotera, Nanieto Gomez, and all the women that opened that space and demanded that a class on La Chicana be included in the Chicano Studies curriculum across the Southwest and Midwest. And so we honor your efforts. We know it was hard, but we are so very grateful for all of your intellectual work and contributions, Evie, you and your incredible generation of women.
And if I can just say, my t-shirt is the Gloria Anzaldúa t-shirt, because the Student Activity Center that CMAS founded is the Anzaldúa room. And so now there's a space named after her.
Yay.
T-shirt, and named after her. It's a student space, and it's not just a space for study, it's for gathering. Over the last few years, it's become a grocery for students who have food insecurity. It's become a really safe place, and to me, that speaks so much into how this class and Chicanas are part of the mission of Latino Studies and the Latino Research Institute and CMAS. So, yeah. But it's important to remember that it wasn't always that case.
Yeah.
So still work to do.
Well, thank you all so much for your insights. I feel like I learned a lot, and I really, really appreciate your time and your sharing with us. So with that, we'll say goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. It was a pleasure and a joy.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for joining me and my trusty sidekick, Larry the Lizard, for the MAC Education Minute. I'm Cassie Smith, and today we're going to learn about the origins of the La Mujer Festival and how the MAC has celebrated women in the arts throughout the years. The Sor Festival was created by the National Museum of Mexican Art in Chicago as a way to pay tribute to Mexican women. The MAC took part in the festival for the first time in 2008 as part of its Texas activities and has continued the celebration for the past 13 years. The festival presented various types of art, including film, music, dance, theater, visual arts, and literature. The festival honored the legacy of Sor Juana Inés de la Cruz, a Mexican nun who lived way back in the 1600s. Let's see if Larry the Lizard can help us with the math here. How many years has that been, Larry? Sorry, this may take some time. Larry hasn't been doing too well in his virtual classes. Over 350 years ago? Thanks, Larry. Wow, that's a long time. Sor Juana was born Juana Inés de Asbaje y Ramírez de Santillana. Even from a very young age, she had an interest in education. At the time, women were not allowed to go to school like men were. She begged her mom to go to school and even proposed dressing up like a man to attend classes. Despite her creative solution to the problem, she was denied this chance to go to school. But Juana did not give up. She continued to teach herself, reading everything she could. She would learn so much that she became a poet, a mathematician, a philosopher, a playwright, and an advocate for women's rights. You can see why Sor Juana left such a legacy for women, not only in Mexico, but throughout the world. To learn more about her, visit macaustin.org and look for our La Mujer event page. Though the name of our festival at the MAC has changed over time, we continue to honor Sor Juana and hold an annual celebration of women of color in the arts, which is known as the La Mujer Festival. You may be asking yourself, why do we need a special day to celebrate these women? I'll tell you why. Because women have historically been excluded from history, so we do not always learn about the challenges they faced or the amazing feats they achieved. take a look at some of these incredible women who have taken part in our La Mujer Festival over the years, so we can honor and acknowledge all that they have accomplished in our community. We have featured visual artists, musicians, writers, community members, and activists. Each one plays an important role in our Austin story and inspires me to become more active and to make more art. Larry and I would both like to know who inspires you. If you have a powerful woman in your life, how might you celebrate her? Maybe you could tell her what a difference she has made in your life. Maybe you could draw a portrait of her at her job. Could you maybe interview her and find out more about her life? Let's be sure that honoring our women continues not just today, but throughout the year. Stay tuned for more of the MAC Education Minute with Mr. Futa and Miss Elaine later in the show.
Welcome everyone to Soy Fuerte, a panel discussion sponsored by Chingona Fest, Texas about intergenerational social movement and activism in the Latinx community. My name is Denise Hernandez. I'm a lawyer and social entrepreneur and founder of Chingona Fest, Texas. I'm really excited to share this conversation with you as we dive into inspirations, experiences that lead us into activism and how we can be change makers in our community. Our panelists today are Tori Baltierra from Tiara Girls here in Austin, Texas. She's a Chingona, an activist, and change maker. And of course, we have the legendary Maria Cotera, local Chicana civil rights activist, and a change maker Chingona, the mera Chingona, here to talk to us about their experiences. Thank y'all so much for being here today. Would y'all like to introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah,
Okay.
Mike, you go first.
Gracias. Well, I guess I've been Chingona from birth. Have worked all my life. I consider like activism in elementary school, middle school, secondary, college, and then when El Paso in my community, working on civil rights and then feminism in the mid-60s. I'm an action-oriented person. So if I believe in something, I'm gonna make sure that everybody hears about it, try to get everybody involved with it. So I've done a lot of that. So I've written a lot of books, tracts, have done a lot of lecturing on the issue of equality, civil rights, human rights, and feminism. A lot of history, because I think that I've written a lot of history, bibliographies. I'm an archivist by training, and I've been a librarian archivist for 56 all my life, I should say, but for 56 or 7 years. I'm still working on the advisory board of my daughters and other academics, Chicana por Mi Raza digital project. So I've done a lot of institution building in Austin, and I can talk a little bit about that as well.
Well, Martha, I think you could talk a lot about that, right? You do so much amazing work, and I'm so excited that you get to be a part of the panel today. Tori?
Yeah, my name is Tori Baltierra. I'm a Chicana 19-year-old. I'm a student right now in audio engineering. It's 5% women, so it's kind of crazy, but I'm also a musician, lead singer and guitar player for a local band here in Austin called Tiara Girls. We've been together since birth, but performing for almost a decade now. We create music for an empowered generation. We combine metaphors and our talent of music and similes and lyrics and melodies as an outlet to show our perspective as young Latinas in this crazy political atmosphere and within the hyphen of being Mexican American. So that is me.
Thank you so much, Tori and Martha, for being here. I want to start the panel discussion highlighting liberation. And I'd love to hear what liberation means to you as a Latina. Tori, would you like to start us off?
Sure. So I love this question because, I don't know, there's so many things you could say. I think liberation as a Latina, like, means being me unapologetically, and it means taking pride in living between the hyphen and taking up space, protecting my space, and taking ownership of it. And I have found my voice now in my young woman adulthood, and I'm on a journey to establish it, and I take pride in that journey and the vastness of the Latinx identity. I'm kind of understanding that now at this age. I used to believe that like my proximity to success and beauty was also connected to my proximity to whiteness. And I do not believe that at all now. I'm not quiet about my identity, and I spread that message of empowerment to others. And I guess connecting back to many decades ago, or not many decades ago, sorry, but in the early 20th century, a lot of Mexican Americans assimilated and even filed legal cases to push for their community to be considered white class of a white Americans, and so they could gain civil rights. And I think now we see that Latinx people believed that if they assimilated, they could gain rights, and now I believed that if I assimilated, I would be closer to success and the epitome of beauty. That's like a pattern of assimilation and ancestral trauma that I see that finds its way through generation to generation. So liberation for me is like assessing that and then just taking pride in who I am, where I am now.
Well, you highlight such a beautiful experience of that liberation, that our brown skin and our brown hair and our brown eyes, that's beautiful. And when you live in the United States, there is this forced assimilation that white European features are what's beautiful, and that's told to us through media, through music, right? Through pretty much everything that we consume. And it really is an awakening to say that I don't have to be closer to that to be beautiful. I'm beautiful within my own identity. Thank you for sharing that, Tori. Yeah. Martha, what does liberation mean to you as a Latina?
Well, first of all, exactly what Tori said, because I don't think you can be liberated, and certainly you cannot work collaborative for the liberation of others together with yourself if you don't, number one, have that awareness of yourself, as a human being, as a human being equal to everybody else. And I felt that I started, must have started as young as Tori, now that I think about it, because I wouldn't have gone through the points in my life that I didn't if I didn't start from early childhood. And I think that if from very early on, you realize that you're like everybody else, you're equal to everybody else. And then slowly you kind of learn that you may feel liberated when you're born and as you develop, but others do not see you as liberated because you happen to be something else. You happen to be brown, or you happen to be a woman, or you happen to be both, or you happen to, not fit the gender norms for whatever reason. And I think that then becomes our lifelong struggle, especially if you gain the awareness of liberation very early on, as some of us are fortunate to do, as Tori has just expressed. Then your lifelong struggle becomes, how to bring everybody into the same boat, so that you can be happy. Because I don't think I've ever been happy around people that are in chains. I think it makes me very unhappy when I hear the anguish of young women who feel demeaned and who feel violated. And so liberation is a very difficult concept to express. And I think that if you're just very, very lucky to become aware, that awareness of personhood, I think, is a thing that first liberates you. And then, the struggle is to stay liberated, because it's so easy to fall back, and it's so easy to fall in, as Tori was saying, to fall into stereotypes, to fall into taking the easy way and just saying, oh, whatever, I can be successful. I just have to play along. One of the saddest things in my life, and that got me really going on a critical mode with regards to liberation, was when the women's movement, mainstream movement, well, our two movements I was involved with, but the mainstream movement refused to call ourselves women's liberation movement. And instead we just said, oh, mainstream women's movement, or just a feminist movement. No, and the fact that women dropped the title, not only in my lifetime, but in the 1920s, they dropped the title because they felt that it gave the movement a bad name. And so if you're working for liberation and you don't own liberation, and you don't even own the concept, well, the name and the concept, well, then what are you working for? You're working for accommodating is what you're working for. And so later on, we can talk about the Chicano movement, because the Chicano movement, we went through the same thing as women, and the LGBTQ community went through the same thing in all of the social movements they participated in, including the Chicano movement and including the women's movement. And so I just, I agree totally with Tori. First, it's you hate to say it as number one, but you have to start from that position of owning your own liberation and working to have it acknowledge it to yourself, have it acknowledged, and then to sustain it. Because I think the hardest thing to do is to sustain liberation for oneself and for others.
I love that, Martha, because you very much highlight that liberation isn't a sprint. It's a marathon. It's a journey. It's something you have to commit to on a daily basis. And it starts inside first. And I'm going to coin RuPaul here, because you can't love someone else until you love yourself, right? And so it's so true, because you have to make a commitment on a daily basis to love yourself, to be true to your own authentic identity and liberation, to then go forth and inspire liberation in others. Which leads us to our next discussion, our next question, which is, will you share how each and every one of you have worked to achieve or to liberate and create liberation in your respective communities? Can you share a little bit about your experience? And Martha, I'll pass it to you first.
So the things that I have done is I have written books. I have given lectures all my life. I have prepared reading lists, because I'm a bibliographer. I have cultural arts. I love that. I have worked on LGBTQ liberation movements, and I'll probably talk a little bit about that, and worked a great deal in liberating education in Austin as much as we can in the school district, with real volunteer work and real hard work in the community, and also liberating the cultural arts by telling the Austin community we have a right to the arts as well. And we need to support and have arts institutions supported with our tax dollars. So we build institutions with Silvia Orozco, Mexicarte, La Peña, with Lydia and Cynthia, and then all of us together as a community. I took a very strong leading role to build the Mexican American Cultural Center. And so I think with, when you work on this, you talk if you can, you write if you can, you act if you can, and you build institutions, which you definitely can do with others, no matter what. You can always do that.
I love that you write if you can, you build movements if you can, and in Tori's situation, if you can sing and crush it on the guitar, you liberate with your music. Tori, tell us a little bit about how you work towards liberation in your community.
Yeah, well, first, I admire you so much, Martha. I get emotional and I smile every time that I like hear your story and I hear what you have to say because it's all so important and beautiful. But the way I've worked to achieve liberation so far in my community is through my medium and talent of music and songwriting. The platform that my band has created, we're called the Tiara Girls. It's given us opportunities to encourage young voters to get to the poll, to talk about those taboos, inspire people to speak out with their own mediums. And I show my solidarity in events that raise money and awareness for issues like immigration reform, COVID relief, voting, women's rights, celebrations of LGBTQ communities and people of color, and a lot of other things. And so I make my time and my music available for organizations like Planned Parenthood, Chingona Fest, Con Mi Madre, Austin Border Relief, Jolt, Voto Latino, and like a lot more. That's like a priority for us before we go play at a bar or wherever else. So we understand that music is entertainment, but it's also an opportunity to spread messages and create relief for marginalized communities, because it's a given that if you're on stage, people are going to listen to you and look at you. So why not give them something to think about and connect with, and give them action items as well. So I guess an example, one of my favorite stories to tell is whenever I turned 18, on stage, I had a registrar come and help me fill out the form and I registered to vote on stage in the middle of a set. And that kind of was like showing people that we're really like about it, we're serious, and we want to encourage young people to vote. So yeah, I think one of my favorite things in this pandemic, we haven't been able to play a lot of in-person shows, but one of my favorite events that we did, we got to put the music aside. We got to talk to a soccer team at Idea High School over Zoom, and we kind of just like had a heart-to-heart with them, and they were telling us about their struggles within the pandemic, how they've lost opportunities in games, and how they're predominantly in like low-income families, and they have to juggle work, home environment, extracurriculars in school. And so, and they don't have access to a lot of resources that their white counterparts do. So that was a situation where we got to like put the music part aside, and we got to be like, okay, these are like our little sisters. And we talked to them about our struggles and the lessons that we faced then and now. And it gave us an opportunity of reflection and allowed us to inspire young Latinas, because that's a part of our mission. Like, we made sure we made time to talk to them because we know what it feels like. And I think a driving force is like, we think about how a lot of Latinx people are angry in silence a lot of times because of their families or their undocumented identity here in America. And maybe they're just on a different path to empowerment. So since we have a platform, we see it in our heart to speak out against these injustices and sing lyrics of empowerment. I mean, I use music as a celebration of our culture and calling it like it is, because people are watching, people are listening. We use our beautiful faces and our beautiful voices to the best degree that we can.
Yes, and people are watching and people are listening, but this is such a great example of how music is liberating. It inspires, it evokes emotion, but it also allows people to see themselves in the music, right? When you're listening to music, oftentimes you begin to place yourself in imagery in connection to the lyrics, right? Which then allows you to, for example, when you're singing songs about voting and being active, you then begin to imagine yourself voting and being active. And then when you have women, Latinas singing about that, you see that representation, and that visualization inspires change, and it empowers communities, right? And I think this highlights into another great segment into our next question, which is, music is often connected with social movements. We use chants during social movements to empower us as we're marching, as we're protesting. And so I'm curious to know what social movements shaped your life, or inspired you, shaped your idea of liberation? We'll start with Tori first.
Yeah, oh my God. There's already a lot, and I'm only 19 years old. So I think the biggest movements that have kind of shaped me, I didn't grow up speaking Spanish in my household because of the ridicule and racism that my grandparents face, and my parents as well. And that was kind of like another journey where I was angry at them for not teaching me, and I had to take classes and research my own identities. But I found power in the reclamation of terms like Latinx and Chingona. I even like did presentations on it in college and stuff. And I love Latinx because it was created mainly to be inclusive to gender neutral and non-conforming folks, but it also shows how vast our Latinx identity is, and it's also inclusive to Indigenous communities because of the X. And it shows that like we exist in many geographical locations. We're not just in Texas. We're not just in Mexico. We're not just in Colombia. And the Chingona movement, I think, is very, very important to me as of now. Historically, like as we know, the word was used to describe women who were aggressive, threatening, and troublemakers. But the reclamation of this term is led by Latinas who believe in breaking the barriers of patriarchy. And so she's a badass who fearlessly lives her truth. She harnesses her fire and she makes her voice heard, and she opens the path by uplifting others. And so I love this term because of the older generation is kind of embracing it more. I've had chats with my abuela, and she's like, Tori, why are you saying that? We called the girls in high school that wanted to start fights chingonas. And she's like, do you want to be that? I was like, yeah. But she understood. Like I sat her down and I told her about what it means to my generation and how we're trying to invite older generations to be more fearless about what they say and what they do, like people, and be like Marta. I think another movement would be like the protest against the femicides in Mexico, and specifically in Juarez in Central America. Being Mexican American here, I saw a lot of, like the pink hats being worn at protests and marches, but then I go online and I see that there's protests in Juarez where women are carrying pink crosses and mourning the women that have been lost in their families. And it makes me think about the disconnect between Mexico and America and how women are seen in Mexico and compared to how women are being seen here in America, and how that role plays in my own identity. And that was very confusing for me, but also that created anger, which helped shape my place in activism. But I guess the last movement that shaped me was the Dreamers movement towards more intense immigration reform. I saw more of like a rise of people actively releasing content that was scary and violent and actually showed what was happening behind closed doors, behind the scenes of white supremacist institutions like the Department of Homeland Security and the militarization of border control. So like we saw that Dreamers and DACA recipients and first gens begin to like hold more space for themselves to tell their stories, and call on others to see what is and was happening at the border. So I think it's important for people like me, fourth generation Mexican Americans, to see the privilege that we hold. We've been here for a while and we are considered citizens. And so I don't look away because of that privilege. And so I guess like movements like that and protests like that I see online and that I write music about really inspire me and has shaped me like out of anger and confusion. But that's what I think.
Well, the immigration social movement has, I think, transcended multiple generations, which is why it's so impactful. And me too, as a Mexican American, I am the daughter of an immigrant. My dad is from Mexico, and he immigrated here into the United States, but faced a great deal of adversity being an immigrant, and still to this day, being a predominantly Spanish speaker, right? I still have to navigate structures and institutions that don't allow him access. it's still to this day, it's 2021, and there's still these institutional barriers which impact our immigrant communities and our Spanish-speaking communities, and begin to shape us in a way that says, that's not right, and I'm going to continue to work against those structures. Thank you for sharing that, Tori. Martha, I'm so excited to hear.
I'm like speechless, because what Tori has just explained is exactly, to me, what social movements are all about. You know, I've been involved in two, if you want to broad stroke define them, all my life, because they're still going on. The Chicano civil rights, Latino civil rights movement will go on forever. And the other is the feminist movement, you know, the women's movement. And my approach in both movements has been exactly like Tori's. And that is that you are involved in these movements for liberation all your life, but you multitask within them, you know. And so it isn't just about one thing, you know. It always has to be about all the issues that Tori spoke about, you know, all the issues in which one by one we need to exert and take and bring about liberation, you know, because those are all the issues that keep us from being totally liberated by race, gender, and all the other, you know, factors that define us as human beings. So you multitask. So you're working in, you know, the cultural arts movement is a movement in itself, and you multitask. Within there are layers that you have of issues you have to address. You know, like, again, always the economic issue, the class issue, you know, the issue of access, etc. And so that's always been my approach in the movement. So I think if you're involved in the Chicano movement, as I've always been, Latino, and the women's movement, as I've always been, then you figure out how to multitask effectively and where you're going to work on policy and what policy issues are to be addressed. And then where you're going to work on collaborations and coalition building and how that's to be addressed. And then how you're going to build sustaining institutions. To me, you know, it's always about trying to develop sustained relationships and institutions. So Tori, you gave a live example of how we should approach our movement through life, whatever vehicle we choose. The other thing I've always been, and this is very important, and again, Tori addressed this issue too, is that you're in a movement and you have to be critical. You have to have you have to be a critical thinker about that movement. So you have to say, okay, this is where this movement is, you know, failing, and this is where what we need to do within the movement to address this issue. So in the Chicano movement, that where I've been forever involved, it was the issue of gender and LGBTQ rights, very important issues, because we weren't going to move forward without that. So we addressed that by developing collaborations within the movement to work on making that better. The way we address the LGBTQ movement within issues within the Chicano movement is by establishing our own organizations that were kind of in the margins of the movement, so we could draw in and get the movement momentum. That movement actually in the beginning believed that liberation was only for men, you know, and that women and LGBTQ people and others, including artists, were like, you know, they're just there to be the troops, you know, they weren't there to actually gain liberation. You know, and then in the women's movement, it was the same thing. You know, liberation was only for white women. And all of us, including radical women, including LGBTQ women and women of color, were just the troops. And we were just the, you know, whatever followers, but we were not to partake in liberation. And so that's where the critical, thinking element has got to come into the movement. I just want to offer that.
Well, Martha, you make such a great point, which is what you said highlights that our social movements intersect. They don't live in silos, and they must intersect in order to be better. And, the thing that I was thinking about as you were talking is in the LGBTQ movement, the first people who were gaining liberation were white gay men. But when it came to trans people of color, they weren't accepted within the liberation of the LGBTQ movement. And it requires the critiquing of our own movements to ensure that everyone is liberated. And the same thing within the Latino community. There's lots of struggles, even with the term Latinx, right? That term brings lots of contention. But the reality is our identities are so complex and they don't fall into any specific category. And we have Latinos who identify as Latino or Latinx, and it allows them to exist and identify how they see fit. But yet there's so much contention around that. And so it's important that we allow people to take their liberation and critique within their movements to help our movements grow forward. And
I have one thing to add.
Yes.
It made me think about something I'm learning right now, is you can't be or you can be empowered, but not at the expense of another, especially if they're also in a marginalized community. And it also is like, you go through this like honeymoon era of empowerment. And then you like, kind of like, it's really comfortable to stay there. And then you realize you have to use that empowerment to critique people, especially the ones that are in your own community. Like how the Chicano movement, you were like a trailblazer for a woman. And if you weren't there and if the people around you weren't there, Martha, then like a lot of that work wouldn't have been done. And so you were someone that used your empowerment to critique and be inclusive to like the people that really, really mattered in the community. So yeah, that made me think about that.
Yeah, as we're talking through this, I mean, I'm sure all of us are having experiences that we've experienced in our life come forward. And so I'd love to hear one experience in your life which led you down the path of activism, where you said, I'm going to get involved and I'm going to make a difference and commit my life to this. So sharing just one of those experiences that kind of triggered that activism in you. Tori?
I'm not sure if there's just one.
Hey, that's fine. You can share many. That's okay.
So to put it like, frankly, I think what led me down a path of activism was the anger and confusion I felt from not knowing my own identity, and also experiencing microaggressions in high school. So when I was little, I believed that the closer I was to Anglo or European standards, the prettier I was. So this is really sad when I talk about it. I get like really emotional. But when I was younger, I would try not to go outside for as long as like the other kids, because I would come in and people would call me prieta and like morena. And then I thought that was like ugly. And it's so sad that like a little Tori thought that. But like, speaking of just defining moments in high school, like junior year, senior year, I had a friend that had told me to my face that I wasn't cultured because I didn't speak Spanish at home. And then I had a friend at prom where there was a cumbia playing. One of the Latino students had her mom DJ the prom, and the white girl was like, "This sounds like guerrilla music. I want to hear Ariana Grande," to my face, and I was like, "No." And then I had someone else tell me that, in history, we're taught about European history and European religions, and we have to do our own research. And I'm really glad that Martha has been doing the work to get those classes implemented in schools, because it takes an identity crisis to learn about our own selves, and then lead ourselves to a path of empowerment. But yeah, like girls in school would be like, Manifest Destiny is pretty fascinating and cool. And then I'm here sitting in class thinking about how land was stolen and people were raped. And so microaggressions like those kind of led me to writing music. I would think about those experiences when I was writing Leave It to the People, when I decided I wanted to dedicate my time to learning about voting and different policies, as well as the Trump years. Those were very traumatic. So yeah, whenever Trump won, I remember going to school and everyone was crying. And so that made me want to be fearless in my music. And so I felt it in my heart, and I felt that it was my job to use my talent to be a voice for those that didn't feel safe to speak up. It's almost as if like I used myself as a portal for my own emotions, being in this political atmosphere, and wanting to be representative of what my generation was feeling and what I knew they were feeling. But that also took sacrifice in knowing that not everyone was going to be for me, and I was not going to be for everyone. We got comments, people saying, you can't combine politics and music, or, oh, I loved you guys so much, but now you're like speaking your minds, basically. We want to look at you be pretty on stage and play music. And so that was just a filter of our fan base. But I think what caused me to go on a path to activism and do what I do now is the microaggressions and the Trump years, and losing myself and finding myself in the journey to see who I was and what my identity meant.
That's so beautiful, Tori. And you know, that experience that you shared of wanting to be as close as possible to European standards of beauty, I think is a very common experience in America for women of color. And the unfortunate thing is we don't talk about it often. So we kind of have that experience hidden because we're ashamed. But the reality is it was kind of like forced down our throats by media and by everything around us in the institutions that we navigate. But it's the beginning, the moment you can acknowledge it and see it for what it is, which is being for racism, right? Essentially, it's institutionalized racism. Then we can liberate away from it and inspire people to do the same as you're doing now with your music. Martha, share with us a little bit of an experience that led you down to activism, or the multiple experiences that led you to activism.
That's strange that generally they're not that many experiences. They're like little bolts of lightning. I guess for me, one of the first was, was that playground experience, because coming from Mexico at the age of 9, of course, it's a totally different situation. And coming into a school where we all united, immigrant children and others, who had been here on this side of the border many generations, to take action against the children that were discriminating against us. And that's when I realized the issue of race discrimination, because I definitely was aware up to 9 of gender discrimination, but not race discrimination. So that was very important. And another experience a very important experience in high school where this teacher in junior high, this teacher was taking my grades away, grade deflation, and throwing my papers away, and trying to make me fail in junior high. And so a friend of mine and I hatched a plan where we would go to the PTA, and she was an Anglo, so that's when I learned to collaborate, because then she could get the Anglo parents exercised about this. And so we went to the PTA, and then in that instance, I agreed to be moved from the class. They said, well, we can move you to another class. And I had a bad feeling about that, but I didn't know exactly why. And then when it happened, when I was a sophomore in high school, and it happened again, this time I myself went to the principal and complained, and the principal said, well, I'll move you to another class. And I said, no, I'm going to stay in that class, and that man is going to give me the grades I deserve. because at that time I was better at critical thinking. And I thought, well, removing myself from the class does not teach this teacher that she or he cannot do that. So, and ever since, I have followed this, that the people that are doing that to you, they need to be aware that you're not some pendeja, and that you're not going to let them get away with it, and that was a really good lesson. And the other lesson was almost funny. So we had a caucus within the Chicano movement. We were doing a series of conferences to raise awareness of the community on the various issues of civil rights and social rights, etc. But the men would never let the LGBTQ people speak. They would never let women speak. They would never let people like my husband, who were artists or architects, or writers or musicians, speak. The only ones that spoke were the guys that were very egocentric, politically oriented, but very egocentric. So we did a caucus with all of us that were marginalized in the movement, men and women, and decided. Then we got up there on stage and we hadn't decided who was going to speak. So all of a sudden, somebody pushes me to the mic and says, Martha, you're the one that's going to tell everybody what it is that we want. And so I started to tell everybody what we wanted, that basically we wanted issues addressed that were real issues, not just, having some guys talk nonsense up there. And so this kid, very young guy, and my elders that I loved and venerated, Maria Hernandez and Pedro Hernandez and Virginia Musquiz and many others were there in the front row. And this kid, says to me, I guess I must have been about 30, 29, not even 20, about 29. Anyway, this kid says to me, hey, you, why don't you go home and take care of the dishes and your babies like you're supposed to? Así me dice el cabrón. So I was really, really, really angry. I went on with my speech and I went home, and that's when I started seriously writing, because I realized that this young man, and I thank him now from the bottom of my heart, made me realize that men thought that cultural values for women and for men were dependent on who, or expressed by who did the dishes at home, and so then I thought, well, if multitasking, if they don't realize it, somebody's got to tell them, that this is not what the movement is about, that the movement is about equality and liberation. And it isn't about who does the dishes. It's not about social constraints. So that was a huge, for me, a moment that made me get busy using my skills that I had in research and writing, to incorporate these cultural values, these traditions that are very, very significant, different, into the movement, and that we needed to do that. So yeah, there are moments that are kind of like, lightning, strokes of lightning. Another one, I guess, was we had a huge women's conference here in Austin with Lady Bird Johnson and others. And they invited me to speak, and I said yes. And then when we looked at the 3-day conference, you're not going to believe this, but I was the only woman of color to speak in a 3-day conference. And so I did not want to go. My impulse was immediately to call them up and say, I will not be part of that. But we had a caucus meeting, and the women said, my colleague said, no, you have to go, and this is what you have to say, and so I prepared my talk, that, in this, saying that this had happened, that what I intended to do, but that I had been convinced that they had to hear that we were not going to be second-rate citizens to anybody, men or women, and then I went through a long history of women, Latinas, that had been amazing in the development, in the first the founding and then the development of Texas. And I went back through indigenous times, colonial times, and then to the present. And so I used that moment to, to kind of educate the audience and also to send a political message. So yeah, these are very significant moments. And the thing is that sometimes these moments come and we're too busy. It happens today, I mean, this week, every time. We're too busy to address them. And sometimes we are too busy to address them and we say, oh God, I hope somebody else does this. And if you can, and these moments come, no matter what, they have to be confronted and you have to address them. Because otherwise the movement does not grow and other people do not grow.
Martha, I have chills right now because what you call lightning moments in your life, I like to call moments of trajectory change, where something stops in your path, you experience something and it changes the trajectory of where you're going. And it begins to shape us. And a lot of the work that you've done, Martha, has really shaped all of us. And one lightning moment for me is when I met you when we were doing the Chingonas documentary, and I was blown away, just like so, almost like I am so thankful and grateful to have this moment to share this space, to learn from this Chingona, this trailblazer who says, this is how you disrupt systems and create change. And that experience where you noticed at this conference that I'm the only woman of color speaking, but you didn't say, I'm going to give up that moment. I'm going to take that moment and I'm going to disrupt it. I'm going to remind these folks, like essentially saying, hey, this isn't okay. And I'm going to use this platform to let you know why it's not okay. And it's such a great example of how we can continue to create change, even when we're navigating institutions created by a system that holds up racism, and how we can disrupt and begin to challenge those systems. So the question I have now is, what advice would you give to a young Chingona change maker who wants to create change? What piece of advice would you give them to help create change in their community? And I'll start with you, Martha.
Well, again, it starts with you. It does start with yourself. And I always say, and it sounds so selfish when you say, well, start with yourself. But you, Tori, you said it. Denise, you said it. To be involved in change is to be involved in love, and it's to love life and to love everything about life and everything about your community and the world and where you are. And I always told my children, and my daughter particularly, I'm very, very proud of her. I always told my children, you have the power to create the community that you want. And the other thing is that to use every resource you have that is yours to put it to work for that change that you want. And so we talk about skills, of course, a lot. Tori has addressed that, beautifully. Denise, your wonderful awareness of the community that you love. So you start with all your resources. And I felt like my best resource was that I've been basically a librarian since I was in the 3rd grade. And that I had that knowledge, I had that background, I had the skills to put information to work, and that's what I had to offer the community. Unfortunately, I couldn't sing, I couldn't do art, I couldn't do a lot of things, but I could do research, and I could do some write, I'm not the best writer in the world, but I could write things down so people would understand. And so that's what you put forward. If you have money, get that money, working for you. Whatever it is that you have, make it work for your community, for that change. Yes.
So thank you so much, Martha, for sharing that. Tori, what advice would you give to a change maker who wants to create social change?
advice that I would give to Latina change makers that want to create social change is find any cause that speaks to your heart and that moves you, and make sure you use your strengths for it, which is a common theme that we've been talking about today here. But get involved with organizations and find places you can volunteer, follow social media accounts, and do your own research, because a lot of these things are subjective, but also remember that they are objective. Join a network and community of people who are interested in the same things as you, and they can become your chosen family as well. And remember that there's always room to grow and to make mistakes. And remember that empowerment doesn't come at the expense of another's.
Wow.
And yeah, and take time to recharge yourself, because I know that whenever I started doing like long days of filming voting PSAs, or going to rehearse the songs that I wrote when I locked myself in a room and I was angry about the Trump election and those different microaggressions that I faced coming home and having to like know that I have to go to school the next day and pretend like it didn't affect me. I've seen that like empowering and helping people and like using your strengths for these kinds of things. They're very intense, very beautiful, and it's like important work. But behind closed doors, when you're done with the event, the speaking engagement, the fundraiser, you're tired and you're drained and you're emotional. And sometimes you feel like you're thinking like you're going somewhere, but you're on a treadmill. And so make sure you have enough of yourself to pour into the community. It starts with you, because if you are the one that's pouring into the community, but you feel drained and you feel angry and you feel sad and like the work you're doing isn't getting anywhere, you need to address that before you give any more of yourself. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Tori. This has been such a powerful discussion, and what an amazing way to start my Saturday. We're going to end on this last question, which is, what does Soy Fuerte mean to you? And we'll start with you, Tori.
Yeah. So Soy Fuerte means that I'm enough, I'm whole. I use my strengths to uplift my people, and I'm constantly working to heal and break those cycles for those that come after me, because our ancestral blood is inside of us, and whatever happened hundreds of years ago, decades ago, years ago is inside of us, and it's in our DNA. And being a person of color is very hard, and being a part of marginalized communities, you know, you have to break the cycles, and you have to address the generational trauma of anti-Blackness, of colorism, of the taboos of mental health, and that's powerful to me. And I find power in vulnerability, which is, it's hard to actually live that out, but it's easy to say. I don't say sorry for the space that I take up, and I celebrate all that I am, because I am powerful and I am a chingona.
I love that. Thank you. Marta, what does Soy Fuerte mean to you?
I guess I'm in good company. We're in good company, because I too said, you know, the most important thing is to be whole, to be centered, to be stable, to you know, we get better all the time, but still, to attempt at every stage to do that, in being in feeling your power, you also have to be, of course, extremely aware of your vulnerabilities, you know, and it's okay to acknowledge them. In fact, a lot of chingonas are very good at, you know, putting out their vulnerabilities out there, and then hopefully with some experience, you start working on those and try to get better, you know, and try to overcome the vulnerabilities. But you have to, you know, I think to be a really strong woman, you have to recognize what your vulnerabilities are.
Marta, Tori, thank you so much for this amazing conversation. It was so powerful, so inspiring. Thank you for taking the time to talk about what it means to be a change maker, a chingona, to be fuerte. I am just so thankful and grateful that I get to share space with y'all today.
Have you ever wondered why our center is called the MAS Barrientos Mexican American Cultural Center? Well, without this particular Mujer Poderosa, the MAC probably wouldn't even exist. Emma Cerrato was born February 18, 1942 in Galveston, Texas. She met her future husband Gonzalo Barrientos when they were in high school, and not long after they graduated, they got married and moved to Austin. In Austin, she worked full-time to help support her husband's studies at UT while raising their growing family and becoming involved in social and political causes. In her interview with the Austin History Center, she recalled the 1973 march for Santos Rodriguez, a 12-year-old boy who was murdered by Dallas police.
3 of us were pregnant, and I do remember the time at that meeting. It started out, and we were going to march all down Congress Avenue, and you could see Congress Avenue at the very top of the buildings. You had DPS troopers and police with guns. They were expecting some kind of outrage, and they were ready for trouble. My 2 friends and I, Leticia Uriegas and Delia Reese, started out in this particular march, and we were just outraged. And we were at the very head of the line of this march, and we each had 2 or 3 kids beside us, and our husbands were out there also in front. And I'll never forget that toward the end of the march, we ended up in the back of the line because we couldn't walk fast enough.
Miss Emma and her comadres had the extra responsibilities expected of mothers and did the work that is needed but typically not celebrated.
During this time, the role that I and several of my friends, we believed and supported the causes that were going on. We had families. We did a lot of the at-home thing, taking care of family. We held jobs. We had our homes open to, no matter what was going on in Austin, no matter what march, it seemed like there was always something that we were going to leaflet for. And we did a lot of the legwork, a lot of the work that needs to be done to get some of these things together.
This work behind the scenes included going before the city council to fight for community interests and political campaigning.
After several years of us learning how to go before the city council and ask the city council, maybe a simple thing like put in a light down the street or paving a street that was all dirt. So as we learned a little bit more about the process, we became exposed to that, and then that's when we decided that, it was time for us to try to run.
Miss Emma did not like public speaking, but worked tirelessly to help her husband seek political office. And in only his second campaign, Gonzalo Barrientos won and went on to serve in the Texas House of Representatives and Senate for more than 30 years. Many people have said that Miss Emma's drive and organizational skills were a key to his success. Miss Emma was also dedicated to the arts and was a founding board member of Roy Lozano's Ballet Folklórico de Texas. All the way back in 1973, she started efforts to create a place for Mexican and Latin American arts and artists where culture and community could be nurtured, and in 1984 assisted with the establishment of Mexicarte Museum. 2 years later, she became a member of the Mexican American Cultural Center Task Force until it was disbanded due to politics. But she did not give up on her idea. In 1992, she teamed up with Kathy Vasquez Revilla, editor of La Prensa, to spearhead a new task force and organize local support to raise money to build the MAC. All this time, Miss Emma also worked full-time, and it was fitting that in 2007, the year she retired from work, the MAC, a dream of over 30 years, was finally opened. She remained active in community and political work until she suddenly became ill and passed away on December 28, 2009. In recognition of her hard work, the MAC was renamed the Emma S. Barrientos Mexican American Cultural Center. So the next time you visit the ESB MAC, remember Emma Cerrato Barrientos and her life of service.
I don't even know that I thought of it as hard work during that time. I think we were driven by things that needed to be done and a commitment to do it. I know that the thing that influenced me the most is knowing that if something had to be done, you felt that it was wrong, that we did it.
Okay, we're starting, Mom. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Good evening, actually. I am Maria Cotera, Associate Professor of Mexican American and Latino Studies at the University of Texas. And I am so delighted to be in conversation with these 2 people who I admire greatly, who have done so much to recover and preserve community history through their archival work. First, I want to introduce Marta Cotera. Confession, she is my mother, but I didn't select the panelists, so there's no nepotism here, reverse nepotism. But Marta is a longtime librarian. She began her librarian work actually as a high school student, trained in El Paso at the El Paso Public Library. She really grew up in the library. She translated that knowledge when she came here to Austin, Texas, and served in the Texas State Library, where she did incredibly important work in organizing their collections. And throughout her life, I would say we can, she's known as a Chicana feminist, community activist, a writer, an intellectual that is central to the development of Chicana feminism in the United States. Her 2 published books, Diosa y Hembra, A History and Heritage of Chicanas in the U.S., 1976, and her other published work, like The Chicana Feminist, were both considered canonical in the development of Chicana feminist studies. But really not a lot is known about her work as an archivist. And so that is what she's going to talk to us about today. I'm very interested in her work because I really see it as work that sees the archive as a community project, a community resource, not to be enclosed in libraries, and not to be held by only a select few. That knowledge belongs to all of us, and that is what has animated her archival approach. So she worked for many years as an archival consultant and basically a community liaison for the Benson Latin American Collection at the University of Texas. There she helped develop the Mexican American Papers Project and worked for how many years? 30, 40 years there?
35 years.
35 years. The ideas and thoughts that she's going to share with us today are really based on that work. And I should say, before she did that kind of official library or archive work, she built libraries across the Chicano movement. First, El Colegio Jacinto Treviño, which was a radical university in Mercedes, Texas, where she helped develop their library and ordered books from all over the Southwest and articles for the community to, enrich its knowledge of their own history and culture. Later, as the librarian and archivist at Crystal City, Texas, and a Raza Unida Party member, she helped develop both the high school library in Crystal City and also the city library in Crystal City, bringing radical books, but also things like fotonovelas to the community, right? And also conducting oral history projects. And, so really trying to make the library a community information hub, right, where the community could preserve its own history and also share that history with others and develop things like Chicano studies. So that is really the sort of foundational nature of her work. We also have someone who I believe follows in the spirit of her information activism, and that is Alan Garcia, someone who I've long admired and followed on Instagram. Alan has been working, I can read his bio. I actually have a formal bio. So Alan Garcia is a community archivist and a lifelong Austinite. In 2016, he founded the ATX Barrio Archive, a community archiving project via Instagram, celebrating the culture and history of Austin's Black and Brown neighborhoods. The ATX Barrio Archive has been exhibited at the Fusebox Festival and Lone Star Zine Fest and published in Remezcla, Zora, Color Lines, and Texas Monthly. In 2020, the Texas Digital Library recognized Garcia with the Student Excellence Award for his community archiving work in response to the ongoing gentrification of historic East Austin. He currently works for the Carver Museum and Oakwood Cemetery Chapel, both operated by the City of Austin Museums and Cultural Program Divisions. And both are really fascinating.
I don't see her anymore. I can't hear her either. So I assume.
Are we having difficulties? Technical difficulties? Well, I'll wait for Jesus to tell us if we're live. Are we good? Well, anyway, I'll finish my introduction just in case, and then I can repeat it. So yeah, Alan Garcia's work has been really instrumental in preserving the history of Black and Brown Austin. Are we good? I think I'm like a bad omen for this particular digital platform. I feel like I'm the one constant in both technical difficulties.
Mm-hmm.
Are we are we on, Jesus? Did we lose Jesus?
Hello, my name is Miss Elaine, and I'm an arts instructor at the MAS Barrientos Mexican American Cultural Center in Austin, Texas. Today, we will be learning about creative writing and the use of literary devices while reading excerpts from the novel The House on Mango Street by Sandra Cisneros. In The House on Mango Street, Sandra Cisneros provides the reader with over 45 stories in the form of vignettes, or a condensed short story that focuses on one person, through the eyes of the main character, Esperanza. Originally from Chicago, Sandra Cisneros is best known for The House on Mango Street, but has since written multiple novels and other literary works. Today, Sandra Cisneros currently resides in San Antonio, Texas. I suggest you take notes on a separate piece of paper, or you can buy a copy of The House on Mango Street from your local bookstore. Creative writing is when an author or writer writes a story, often fictional, in an artistic way with the use of literary devices. A literary device is a tool used by a writer to add meaning to a story or to make a story more interesting, with specific word choices. Some examples that we will be using today include simile, imagery, onomatopoeia, personification, and alliteration. Let's begin. In the vignette entitled Hairs, Cisneros uses the literary device known as simile to compare two things using the words like or as. For example, my papa's hair is like a broom, all up in the air. Or, Kiki has hair like fur. Further, my mother's hair like little rosettes, like little candy circles. By using the word like, Cisneros compares the different styles of hair of each of her family members to various items, such as a broom or candy circles. For more information on literary devices and creative writing, as well as a full-length video for this lesson, please visit the ESB MAC website for more information. La Mujer is an annual celebration commemorating prominent Latino women such as Juana de la Cruz, Emma Barrientos, and Sandra Cisneros. But there are many other accomplished Latino women from a wide variety of careers and professions, such as human rights activists, astronauts, U.S. Supreme Court justices, artists, and presidents. These and many other Latino women have paved the way for young Latina girls to be able to pursue their dreams, whatever career field that may be. Thank you for joining us here.
Who will be talking about her approach to archives and the importance of archives for the Mexican American, Chicanx, and Latinx community.
Okay, so I was permitted to actually go over a paper that I was invited to do for the Benson Latin American collection, a distinct honor considering that there were a lot of political issues involved with my, my approach to archiving, bringing work from the community. But in 2013, Dr. Zamora and the committee invited me to make a presentation on the Benson's role as having the Mexican American Library project that we put in there. We started during the civil rights movement, and the Benson's role in actually in the movement. So I'm going to read parts of that paper that I presented them, and this has to do with first the definition of archives as understood by the archivist librarian, defined as the intersection of history, memory, and political power, and also representing, of course, authority, veneration, places of knowledge, memory, and nourishment. And I think the last is very, very important. Above all, archives have been described as the battleground of contesting ideologies and values. And you can't have that tension or even that development if you don't have archives. So in Mexican jargon, we would call that archives are tumbaburros, because archives are disruptive. They are they are the source of power and information. And where if a burro wants to say something, but you can prove it with a record, then that burro has to, es tumba burros, he has to give way. I love Derrida, and I wish it had been a Latino that did this, all that beautiful work on archive fever, because I think Alan, Maria, and definitely understand what archive fever is all about. And that is when you acknowledge that archives, you feel it, archives being the temple of reverence, authority, and privilege. And he has said it very well, and we all know it and feel it in our bones. Without archives, there is no political power. And to me, the absence of archives means the absence and the death of a culture, as far as I know. As far as I'm concerned, if you don't have archives, you are living in a vacuum with regards to knowledge and power. And so I'd like to talk about, in this particular approach that I had to discuss with the founding of the Mexican American Library Project and its relationship with the Benson Latin American collection as a whole, I like to bring the Chicano movement into it, because early on in the 1960s, Chicano movement, like other movements before, we've had other movements in the 1860s, 1880s, 90s, 1920s, and 30s. Movement leaders also recognized that as we were participants in the movement, we also had to acknowledge that the movement needed knowledge, that you can't have a movement without knowledge, and you can't have knowledge without archives. So we were very much multitasking in the movement, working on, we were developing archives because we were doing history, but at the same time, making sure that every aspect of the movement kind of had an archival base to it. That archives were acknowledged as being extremely important to the movement from the very beginning. And so from the very beginning, the movement had a nativist, a Native American component to it, because that required our acknowledging that what we had to recover as natives of this continent was the archive of everything, so to speak, that we had to acknowledge that nobody could take away our archival heritage. Nobody could take away Las Piedras de Hueco tanks, the rock art that represented our indigenous community, and that, like that rock art, we had to acknowledge everything that we had from our past, the codices, and that we had to acknowledge, as hard as it was, of course, our Spanish heritage, own it, acknowledge it, and build on it. And so, of course, all of this was extremely important. And we could not develop movement materials without knowledge of our history. And so for us, it was very, very important in the movement that we couldn't even actually develop flyers without knowing our history. And so what I'd like to say, what I would like to add here is that in street politics, programs like the Mexican American Library Program were very important to developing the movement. And there were, as we develop an awareness of the need for archives within the movement, I noticed that there were several aspects of it, that there were several layers of it within the movement. The Chicano Studies movement, for example, required that we have archives at the university level, and so that's when we in Texas approached the University of Texas to develop the Mexican American Library Project. And so that, you know, as CMAS developed, the Center for Mexican American Studies, you know, those of us very interested in the archives, you know, also developed a strategy for bringing archives into the university. And it became a political issue because others at UCLA, for example, established a unique archive, separate from Latin American Studies. At Stanford, it became part of the Bancroft and other institutions. At UT, we decided that it should be with the Benson Latin American Collection. That became almost a stronger political issue than establishing CMAS was a political issue, by the way, because everybody was saying, well, why do you want to do an archive at a Latin American collection? But those of us that knew the history of the Latin American collection and what was in there, you know, could justify it very well by saying, you know, first of all, the Latin American collection was developed by activists. You know, it was developed by Dr. Lisa Cassis, the first full professor, female professor at the University of Texas, a Dominicana, who started the initial, you know, focus on Latin American, collecting Latin American materials. Then it went on to Dr. Castañeda, who promoted it, Dr. Américo Paredes, Dr. George Sanchez, all of our bright stars that were activists and also historians and academics had promoted this. And so we decided that this would be the place because the basis for the cultura and the archives is already there. You know, we had the codices, we had the 6th letter of relación of Hernán Cortés, we had Indian codices. In other words, it was the perfect place for us to be. Dr. Benson had allowed me to put in orphan collections there in the late 60s, the Fleck Library collections, which were bilingual materials that was being closed down in the Education Library. She also allowed me to bring in collections from the Migrant Information Clearinghouse I started, and she also allowed me to bring in collections from the Dissemination Center for Bilingual Education. So we had a base there. And it was always supposed to be a Latinx archive, not just Chicano archive. And so one of the first collections we brought in was a bilingual library from Florida that had been established for Cuban Americans in the 1890s. And so anyway, so that became the focus. But I wanted to, for the Chicano studies part of the archive movement, within the Chicano movement. In addition to that, the Chicano movement also had the library reform activism part of it. And through that activism, we established Reforma, which is still, you know, a wonderful organization promoting library and archival services, you know, for Hispanics throughout the, you know, the nation. And then we also had the Chicano educational reform activism movement that promoted, you know, bilingual education and that required, you know, our setting up an archival base for bilingual education. And that got a little bit separated. And through Academia Cuautli locally, we're trying to reintegrate again archives as part of the movement to develop bilingual materials. So the education reform movement, very important for archives. Also, the Chicano Press Association was another very important movement for us to accumulate archives because these were very limited runs, and some of these very limited runs then became primary materials that were incorporated in the Lucky collections, because I tell you, and Alan will probably agree with me, that a lot of these materials, you know, I was able to collect a lot for the university because I was, you know, within the university system at the Benson Library, but very few libraries were lucky enough to collect these.
Well, I think we lost Maria and Marta. Don't see them or hear them anymore, unfortunately.
Hello, my name is Miss Elaine, and I'm an arts instructor at the MAS Barrientos Mexican American Cultural Center in Austin, Texas. Today, we will be learning about creative writing and the use of literary devices while reading excerpts from the novel The House on Mango Street by Sandra Cisneros. In The House on Mango Street, Sandra Cisneros provides the reader with over 45 stories in the form of vignettes, or a condensed short story that focuses on one person, through the eyes of the main character, Esperanza. Originally from Chicago, Sandra Cisneros is best known for The House on Mango Street, but has since written multiple novels and other literary works. Today, Sandra Cisneros currently resides in San Antonio, Texas. I suggest you take notes on a separate piece of paper, or you can buy a copy of The House on Mango Street from your local bookstore. Creative writing is when an author or writer writes a story, often fictional, in an artistic way with the use of literary devices. A literary device is a tool used by a writer to add meaning to a story or to make a story more interesting, with specific word choices.
And so she invited me to do a history lecture in 2012, where using archives, I was able to show that Ignacio Zaragoza, Adrián Vela, and many martyrs from Texas, Tejanos, who went to fight in Mexico for against the French, so the French would not come into Texas and help the slave communities, the slaveholder communities, take hold of the Southwest and then expand slavery into Mexico, that was a whole, important political moment, but only archives, could show that Cinco de Mayo is not all about folklore and borracheras, that it's a real significant historical event. And so again, folklore into history. And just to tell you something about the cultural arts movement. The cultural arts movement everywhere, but especially in Austin, produced a lot of the archives, a lot of archives that are very important. We developed Mexicarte, we developed La Peña and the Mexican American Cultural Center. But before we developed these institutions, there was a cultural arts movement. And again, archives are important because without the archives that the families provided to us, we would not have known what the pastorelas were all about in Austin and how a pastorela could be, reenacted in Austin. So for the cultural arts, having archives and having those family, pastorela songbooks and everything, we would not have had legitimate, authentic, traditional folk dancing and pastorelas. And of course, the feminist movement, Chicana feminist movement, tremendously reliant to develop a movement, ideology, values. We couldn't have done it without, the papers that women before us, had, the writings that they did, the activities that they did in Austin. And so feminist history would not be feminist history without the archive. So overall, the impact of the of archives on the movement was amazing. And I am just so proud that we had a movement that was multi-generational, that we had a movement and have had a movement that is, very gender-driven, where we were able to clarify gender values, that we had a movement that incorporated the LGBTQ community so we could bring that. But I don't think this movement would have been as rich as it was if we had not had a lot of academicians and educators and grassroots people that valued community history and that valued using community history, whatever we had, getting it together and using it to do, all our education in the movement, consciousness raising, to do folletos, to do historic models, you know, to address union issues. And so altogether, you know, I think that, I mean, you know, I'd like to say that archivists, should I say it? Archivists, you know, make the movement. I think, you know, and, but the interesting thing is that, just as a final thought here, it's hard to say this, but now, finally, after 1986 or so, activists and advocate archivists like myself and like Ellen began to be respected in the profession. And I've attended a few meetings of the Archivist Association, and the advocate, activist, archivists, you know, we all get together and just kind of cry because it's taken so long for the professional archivist community to understand that you cannot do archives behind a desk, you know, and that there's a cycle, you know, that activists, archivists are close to the action, and therefore they can collect materials as they're being produced by the action, but then they're also close to the producers of the archives, so they are trusted. And so the archives can go into the archival collections because these activists are right there and they are trusted, you know, and they are also, again, close to the donors, and also they know the best ways of attracting the users. And again, they are trusted resources by the potential users of the archives. And so it's a beautiful cycle. And I no doubt that there are amazing archivists sitting behind a desk, but if I ever meet one, you know, I will identify him or her to you. I have not met one yet.
Thank you so much for that. I think there's so many resonances that you brought out with Alan's work. And so I do want to give Alan an opportunity to, you know, reflect on what you said and his own work. And, you know, I do think that Alan is one of these activist archivists in the community, but I also know he's had official archival training as well, right?
Okay.
Alan, please share your thoughts with us.
Yeah, no, thank you again for having me this evening to talk about, Marta, as you said, this beautiful cycle, this beautiful work that we do as activists, but then people in the community, right? In my case, in the barrio, either in person or virtually connecting with folks from the neighborhoods. It's been, you know, since I started this in 2016, it's been a journey. I really didn't expect a lot of press coverage. I didn't expect people outside of Austin to care, to know about it. I was really surprised by the response because I just assumed it would be for folks in the barrio, just for us. Maybe I internalized a lot of things, and I assumed that the press attention would not be there for the barrio archive. But it's been amazing to be able to connect with folks. In relation to the Benson, it's been amazing sharing items from the collection, including some of the items from Marta that you had donated. Items related to East Austin, and what I hear from a lot of folks is that they had no idea that UT had preserved pieces of their family history. You know, I've had some really emotional moments just on Instagram and via email with folks who are thanking me for sharing a piece of their family's history, because it's a relative that they never met in life, but they only grew up knowing through photographs. And through the archive, they were able to connect with a video of Roy Velasquez that you shot, Marta. Yeah, the interview about Roy's taxi. The interview with Rudy Castañón from El Porvenir, just bringing back all these memories for folks. So there's just so many connections that I've made through the archive, and yeah, I could go on and on, but Maria, I'll I'll pass it over to you to see what questions you have for both.
Well, we do have a question from the audience, and it's from Elizabeth Pedrosa, and she says, how do you compile archival information and documents? This is a kind of a big question, and I want to like use it to pivot too on the distinct practices of our traditional archivists, like Mom said, the ones that sit behind the desk, right? Mm-hmm. And how they approach archives, and then how you two approach archives, because I know it's a very different, the way you might compile, Alan, your archival objects and process them is quite different than how a traditional archive might do so. So why don't you tell us about your practice, and then I'll let, and then Marta can jump in as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a little different not being behind the desk with my project, because, you know, people are sharing items with me in the form of just emails or direct messages on social media. So it is less formal, but that's pretty comfortable for folks, which I enjoy that process, that, you know, there is no intimidating desk. There is no, you know, academic space that can feel inaccessible and unwelcoming for a lot of folks. Mm-hmm. But then at the same time, yeah, it's, you know, how do you structure it? Like, at least for the Barrio Archive, there's things that people share with me that's distinctly East Austin, right? Distinctly like East Cesar Chavez neighborhood. So it's celebrating their family history, and they grew up on Willow Street, or, you know, they grew up off of Chicon. But, you know, the Barrio Archive is not exclusively East Austin. It's about different barrios. So, yeah, I have to sort of organize things and shout out neighborhoods in the north side, right? People tend to forget that there's a big presence in South Austin, too. Mm-hmm. The neighborhoods along South First and South Congress back in the day, that was a thriving community, right? Mexicanos, immigrants, African Americans. So that's something I think about, just curating, right? Images, documents, materials that go into the Barrio Archive. Mm-hmm. And I just think about people too, you know, for example, someone was telling me via email they had a collection of lowrider magazines that they were getting. And, you know, for some people, maybe they can focus on the, you know, collectible side of it, maybe the profitable side of it. But to me, instantly, I thought, this man has an archive, you know, this own little personal archive of Chicano fashion, right? Chicano life, and these magazines. And just wondering how this person, he was from East Austin, wondering how he curated this selection of magazines, right? What was significant about them? Maybe he chose the ones that were specific to Texas, styles and stuff. It makes me think too of my interactions with people at the flea market, La Pulga. My family has some personal connections with the flea market off 290, and I don't know. I think of these merchants that sell. One family in particular that ran a video store, Acapulco Video. Mm-hmm. They still have a lot of their old merchandise from these stores, you know, audio cassettes and CDs. Mm-hmm. To me, that's an archive, you know. I just think of that as a collection. I would organize that. I would compile that into just an archive of folks, their musical tastes back in the day, right? In the 80s, what the immigrant community was purchasing and listening to back then. So that's something that I guess through my eyes I see as worthy of collecting, right, and including in an archive. Marta, I'm curious to hear your thoughts as well.
Well, when you say that just makes me extremely anxious and concerned that, first of all, that we don't have enough resources available at the Austin Public Library. For example, Austin History Center, we only have one person, and that one person is supposed to do it all. The Benson collection is personnel at the MAL. They're very, very, very limited in imagination. and ganas, and perhaps even resources, because I think Maria has come across this a lot in academia, that we just don't seem to have the resources that our community needs to put all these treasures away, and catalog them, preserve them, and make them available to the future. And so they're being lost every day. When you talk about that now, Marcelo Tafoya had an 18-wheeler full of Tejano music that he lost. He doesn't know who took it or where it went. And these are things that are probably treasures not ever recoverable. And we lose a lot in the process, because nobody else, I assure you, in Mexico is collecting the music that Acapulco and the videos that Acapulco Video has. Mm-hmm. And so if they're here, if anybody would have the resources, it's us. And I think that that a future project or present project for youth today would be to develop foundation funding, from people that are willing to donate for cultural preservation to efforts like this. I mean, this would be, I know, I do want to pass it on to Maria, because Maria has encountered this, and I failed to mention, and she should mention the digital projects that are going on today, because she comes across this every day, and it's painful to know that we don't have the resources to house these treasures, and that they're just going to disappear. And I thought that by this time in my life that we would have the resources, but we just don't seem to have the financial resources to put into saving what I consider our very lives.
I mean, to speak directly to the question of how you manage archives, and this is, I think, both touched on this, and that is, typically an archivist might go into someone's home who they deem important, or their institution deems important, which is rarely Black and brown people, and they would collect the materials that they deem important. Again, a lot of stuff gets put to the side as unimportant, like those lowrider magazines, right? That would not be considered archivally important or historical in significance. And they will take what they deem important, they will organize it, or sometimes reorganize it. Like someone has a bunch of file folders, they might say, oh, this goes with this, or this goes with that, just like what Alan was saying, like how you philosophically conceptualize of what goes with what, right? How you curate it, that is also an ideology, right? And so how you're curating, if you're not, what my mom was saying, like if you're coming outside of the community, or you don't have the knowledge that Alan or Marta or I might have, and you might say this is insignificant, or this goes with this, when it doesn't. You don't have the background knowledge of the community or the history. After you do that, you usually make a list of everything that's there. You put it in the library. Then only scholars usually can come and use it and make history out of it. So a scholar might say, I'm interested in this organization. And then the archivist would say, okay, let me pull this box for you. In the meantime, those scholars, right, authorized scholars, have to leave their laptops at the door, leave their license at the front desk. It's a very constricted and restricted environment. And so, in my own project, Chicana por mi raza, which is an archive of Chicana feminism from the 60s and 70s, we actually take a very different approach. We do oral histories with women, figure out how they contextualize their archival collections. We scan the collections and leave them in their homes. We then catalog the collections online and consult with the women to see what needs to be tagged with this organization, or what year this was, or who is this individual. And so the process for us, and I think for everyone here on this panel, right, the process is the same. It relies on community knowledge and connections to make sense of what you're seeing and to actually be able to see its historical importance. And then also allowing the community, to be the experts and to say, this is the tag that should go on that, and so I think there's all these archival processes that we have all, Alan, I think you went to information school, right? So the ways, and my mom too, is many years as an archivist, but those systems of organizing don't always match with our community epistemologies or ways of knowing. And so I think that, the short answer is like, what is the process? For us, it's like guided by that knowledge, right, of the community. And so that's why, and I'd also like to, Mom talked a little bit about the future, like what is the future and how do we need a big foundation or an institution to recognize us or collect us or fund us? And Alan has presented a model that's very similar to Chicana por mi Raza in that it is digital. And so it is very kind of moving in the future. I like to call it Rasquachi archivist kind of strategies. Like that's how we define ourselves. We're like Rasquachi archivists. But I think, we have always been a resourceful people, and we take what is there for us. For Alan, it was this amazing platform of Instagram, and we document in that way. So I'd love to hear your thoughts, Alan, too, on this digital aspect, and maybe your worries too about it in terms of permanence and all of that.
Yeah, for the Barrio Archive, in the beginning, what I was noticing is just the digital presence of East Austin history, Barrio history was very limited, for a lot of stories about East Austin. The narrative began in 2009 when the new businesses moved in, right? But no mention of the small business legacy that was there before, right? No mention of El Porvenir, no mention of just people that built up that community. So that's what I wanted it to be, is just there to be a digital presence for Barrio history in Austin, for people just to, wherever they are, just access it, learn a little bit, enjoy a little bit of the history, partake in the celebration of our culture, right? And for Austin specifically, I mean, a lot of people have been pushed out. A lot of people have moved away. So the idea that I would expect folks to visit a physical space, and oftentimes these institutions aren't located in our communities. So it just didn't seem sustainable to expect folks to visit West Austin to learn about their history, right? Visit downtown to learn about their history, because many folks are no longer with us. And I just thought that was the easiest way to connect with the displacement, right? To acknowledge that folks may not live here anymore, but that they can still connect via social media. And that's been great, just because people really identify with the page. Folks that I've never met before reach out from outside of the state, right? And want to share their family history with the page. But yeah, I worry about just the future of social media and how difficult it will be to archive not just the images that are getting shared, but people's comments, right? People interact in different ways online. Just they share it, they add their own commentary in the way that they share it. And I also acknowledge that not all of the elders that I'm trying to reach are on social media. I would love to get involved in publishing somehow, because that's a little more permanent. That's a little more. It's funny, but yeah, it's a little more sustainable in the future than what we have on our phones. That is kind of precarious when you think about it. So I do wonder about the best way to just preserve the whole interaction from the Barrio Archive without having folks, without needing people to sign up just for an account. I don't know. I'm still researching just what the future could be, especially too because a lot of these businesses that are displaced had a small digital presence. There were people sharing photos of their favorite restaurant via Facebook and other social media sites, and those businesses are either demolished or there's a different site. There's a different business at that site, but the digital presence is still there. I'm just wondering what can be done with that. How can we preserve people's comments and just the presence of these barrio spaces. Yeah, really interesting.
Sounds like an NEH grant in the making. We should talk.
Yeah.
I would love to hear Marta's thought, because she has spanned this kind of long history of archival practice from the early days, where she was literally, when I say she built libraries, I mean, when she went to Jacinto Treviño, this radical college in a little school, in a little an old Victorian house, and built a library there. That really involved writing to different, the Chicano Press Association, to investigating what people were writing and how they were producing it, and requesting actual copies and getting them there. That's so different than, for example, a digital archive that's facilitated by, people just sending you by email, a scan of something or a photograph. So Marta, what do you think about the digital future of archives and projects like the Instagram, the ATX Barrio Archive, and there's another one, Veteranas y Rucas, that has also gotten a lot of attention on another Instagram project that's documenting Chola life in LA primarily, but all over really. And, as a traditionally trained archivist, how do you see this, the precarity maybe of this new digital world for archives?
Well, first of all, there's still, the digital archives, they are still based on tangible, real life items that you have to touch, and the research that goes into them, and what is developed digitally still has a tangible footprint, todavía tiene papelitos, o tiene libritos, o tiene film or photographs that have been, produced. So I don't think that will ever go away, that people will always have things that need to be documented, and then presented in different formats, in this case, digitally. But what concerns me is the same thing that concerns Alan and I guess yourself too, is once it gets into that digital format, which is another footprint for it, how do we preserve that? Because that's another, layer. And so how do we preserve that? Because that has its own additional value. What Alan is saying is really beautiful, because a lot of times I get comments and then they're in emails and they're in Facebook and whatever, and I get anguished because I know that is very ephemeral and that they're going to go away, and it's hard to let go. So again, I'm not worried about tangible archives always being produced. I am worried about whether their value is going to become less and less and less as people rely more and more and more on the digital format of it, and then, what happens when that goes away? How are we going to preserve that? Or are we all just, bound for a future where, like one young activist told me in a panel this week, I don't stand on anybody's shoulders. And so maybe there will be a day in which people are so divorced from the source that they don't need to worry about what came before them, because basically that attitude is precisely that. So are we going to lose so much of the context and content that, we're just going to be digital beings? I don't know. It's very interesting. And fortunately, I think it's more for Alan to worry about. Alan will have to solve it, I think, at this point, and Penelope and, a lot of teens. What do you think?
Alan's not a teen.
Yeah. Well, he's not, but, he's like Yeah. I wish I had a mustache so I could hide my, no.
You mentioned
Alan?
things. You mentioned that we will still have things. I wanted to point out I still have the Hispanic directory that you shared with me from '91.
That was Maria's masterpiece, actually.
So this is
Beautiful, yeah.
interesting. This is a convergence of archive stories because I met Alan. I had been a fan of Alan's for a really long time, and I came to Austin actually to interview. It's a strange story, but on our website, Chicana por mi Raza, we had a photo of an unidentified brown beret woman on the Capitol steps. And my old friend, Abel Salas, who's an old Austinite from way back, you know, said, "Hey, that's my sister, Joanne Salas." And I was like, "Really? Can we interview her?" And he put me in touch with her. And so Chicana por mi Raza, we were here in Austin, and we interviewed Joanne, and she had an incredible collection of like work that she had done with the Brown Berets, including, you know, several newspapers, Brown Beret newspapers, and an amazing zine that they did around gentrification of the Rainey Street area back in 1975. And so, or 78. And so then I reached out to Alan because I was kind of a fangirl of his work, and he agreed to come and help us scan and do all this work. And while he was here, he picked up his own archive, the Austin Hispanic Directory.
Yeah, right.
I love this thing. It's the year I was born. There's so many great photos. Y'all mentioned a graffiti artist, Alfredo Martinez. Scam, yeah. That photo is so beautiful. Just knowing his artwork is still in East Austin. His friends, right, are still painting, still preserving some of those works. Yeah, I just love this.
Well, he was actually working. He was going to do our next cover, and yes, and it was just very tragic for us, you know, to lose him. I was a big fan of his work, and we just loved him so much. Yeah, he was a treasure, you know, for all of us. We had, my husband and I then had an office on 7th and Waller Street, you know, and so we were very familiar with all the wonderful resources in the neighborhood. I've been there. We'd had an office there for 35 years. And so we were close to all the business people. And of course, as founders of the chamber, as you were talking, you know, and you gave me an idea for archiving businesses. If all of us were to turn in photographs, for example, I have a photograph of myself signing books, signing my Diosa y Hembra at La Tapatía restaurant.
Oh, wow.
Which is long gone. And so I have an interior photo. And maybe, Alan, that is you know what? We have to be optimists. I mean, we are going to have the resources going forward, you know, and I envision if we do a museum like the Palm School Museum that we're promoting, that will be a museum for material culture. And that those resources will give us the opportunity to have off-site, perhaps an off-site collection depository, so that not everything, you know, will be lost. And there will be digital archivists in the future that could come back and digitize a lot of items. What worries me a great deal, and there's a museum in Turkey, I'm a big fan of that museum, where the person that developed the museum was very concerned about losing the neighborhood. And so what he did is he collected items by family and actually put them in cases. And it seems like, you know, that might be an approach if we can get people to preserve items and then to let them be in safekeeping. So I think the Palm School Museum, and we have a friendlier county judge now that we can approach. I think that's a very a great possibility. And that will give us a chance to have an offshoot, perhaps an offsite depository, you know, for local archives at least.
So I'll let Alan have the last word as we sign off. I mean, it's right at 7, but we had a few glitches. So would you like to give us some closing hopeful remarks?
Hopeful.
Yeah, I agree that we're united, right? Our community right now, even in the face of all this displacement, all this gentrification and change, things feel different. I will say things have really felt different. The response from city council, other leaders, and just what's happening on the east side, right? Just the show of support. If you go there on Sundays, right? If you go there tomorrow, Chicano Park, and just see the energy, right? Feel the energy. That makes me hopeful for these projects we're talking about. Makes me hopeful for the work that we're gonna do in preserving our history, our culture. And I just want to say thank you all for inviting me this evening. It's been a lovely chat. And I've been just, dying to reconnect with y'all ever since we had our digitization hangout at your house pre-pandemic. We all get in person soon to do more work.
Yes.
Thank you all for.
Well, thank you both. Thank you both for your work. I too look forward to preserving this history. And it's like gentrification is a form of violence. I believe strongly that archiving our history is a form of resistance. So I'm so glad that I'm working with you guys. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Soy tu nieto y ya llegué.
Dice el presidente Cedillo, esta y otras noticias aquí a las 10:30 de la noche en Canal 2 en 24 horas.
Hi, I dreamed that the President of Mexico, Andrés Manuel López Obrador, aka AMLO, was sick with COVID-19 and passed away. So I dreamed about his funeral. I assume it was in Mexico. And no, I don't remember speaking any language. Just his funeral. And I don't. It made me feel kind of sad because he passed away. Not that I am one of his followers.
Unamos fuerzas en la faena contra la mafia neoliberal.
But it just made me feel sadness. Bye. Hi Natalia, this is Camila from Chulita Vinyl Club. I had the weirdest dream last night because I could actually feel the feelings in my dream. So long story short, I took this tea that makes you crazy last night, and I forgot that I had an appointment to renew my passport this morning. So I was really worried that I would myself mid-appointment in the consulate. So I don't know. I had a bit of trouble getting to sleep because I was anxious of thinking about that. But eventually I did, and it was very crazy because it was like a mixture of things. I was the same I was the same age I am right now, 28. y había una mezcla de gente muy extraña, porque estaban un par de amigas del doctorado, pero también estaba un chico con el que salí por un tiempo, del que me alcancé a enamorar un poquito, pero luego, bueno, las cosas no prosperaron. And it was very weird because the dream was in, Spanish and English. And I just remember that I was with my two friends from the PhD, Valerie y Monse, y estábamos como en un parque y había mucha gente y yo tenía que correr a dar clase because my class was like just about to start. And then I ran into this guy whose name is Jacob, like I guess it doesn't matter if I tell it. Y lo veía y nos saludábamos y tengo años sin verlo. Bueno, no años, pero sí como año y medio. Y me decía, how's it going? Y yo, good, it's good. What are you up to? Y él me decía algo como, yeah, just here with my girlfriend, Christine. Like, I don't know any Christines. I don't know why I thought about that name. And I just remember I kept walking, and I felt so sad, but I felt like I really missed him. But, like, I remember the feeling in my body. And then I woke up to, like, at 3 a.m. And I was, like, still, like, missing him. And it was so real. And then I was like, wait, I don't actually miss him. Like, no me importa este tipo ya.
¿Qué? ¿Ya te enamoraste?
Sí. Ahora te voy a demostrar.
Pero fue o sea, más allá del sueño y de la circunstancia, la sensación, el sentimiento fue muy verdadero, muy verdadero. Entonces, bueno, I will be calling again.
Miguel Hidalgo, presente en mi cuaderno. Morelos, cuidado en mi mochila. Ahora los niños también aprendemos jugando con los héroes nacionales.
This record is in honor of George Floyd, and I really hope we can see more unity and more peace when already things are so difficult. So, shout out to his family. I have a dream.
Ya sea pera, mango o manzana, tú mixes fruta y algo más.
¡Riquísimo!
¿Quieres otro de toronja?
¿Qué tiene de toronja?
Yo soy la planta de Jumex.
¿Te encanta hacerte el desentendido?
너 요즘 잘 나간다며? 난 이런 느낌 처음이야.
최고야 최고. 지금까지 만난 애들 중에서
네, 달라. 우리 팀이 와.
생각해봤는데 내가 좀 아깝지 않냐?
Mujeres poderosas are women who are powerful, brave, resilient.
We asked Maria Cotera, Chicana feminist, what makes a mujer poderosa?
I think a powerful woman, una mujer poderosa, to me is somebody who uses all the resources available to them, and that we use all those resources for the benefit of others, of course, because I'm very community oriented. We have a very important mission as women. Maybe someday it'll be more equally shared by everybody, but right now we're in charge of the culture, we're in charge of education, human growth, human development. Therefore, we have a lot of assignments, so to speak, that society has imposed on us. We have a lot of, emotional and mental resources that help us, deal with these tasks. And a lot of times, feminism is interpreted as being just civil rights and political rights and liberation, but it's actually more about having the freedom to fulfill your potential. That's the greatest achievement of being a powerful woman, is to put those resources to work. I think it's very important to acknowledge each other, to pat each other on the back, and to encourage people that have really outdone themselves, to encourage them to go forward and for them to continue to be models, for others. Because if our children, can be witnesses, to this celebration and these ceremonies, that's amazing. It never goes away.
Thank you, Martha, for everything you've done.
We asked Austin to tell us about some mujeres in their lives who inspire them. We asked, and you responded.
Pues Maria del Carmen Unda, she has led the elder leaders like myself, the young leaders that are the volunteers, and she has juggled it all those personalities. Juggle the community, because we had to do a lot of community outreach, the PPE. So by tying into community research, we got that. She coordinated that. She coordinated the income. Then she coordinated the Great Freeze. What can I say? I think that without leadership and hard work of somebody like Maria, it would have been very difficult for us to survive this year.
I am so excited to get us started with La Primera Act of the evening, Cecilia and the Broken Hearts. Formed right here in Austin, this self-described Afro-Chicano futurism band works to push musical boundaries. With sounds ranging from rumba, cumbia, conjunto, and even Americana, Cecilia and the Broken Hearts has been featured numerous times on NPR, and now están aquí con nosotros. Welcome, Cecilia and the Broken Hearts.
Cecilia and the Broken Hearts, gracias a la comunidad. Thank you for giving us the honor to perform for La Mujer, a virtual celebration for women. We're right here in beautiful Austin, Texas. Please enjoy the show. Thank you to the MAG, and thank you to everyone.
Llegaron bailando cha-cha-cha, rica-cha, los marcianos llegaron ya. En sus ovnis de plata, cha-cha-cha, rica-cha.
My name is Annabelle Gomez, and I'm in Austin, Texas. My sister Deanna inspires me because she is a firstborn and has always demonstrated what bravery and strength means. As a kid, Deanna ate raw jalapenos in front of the other school children just to show them that she could. She was a pre-professional translator for my parents at various stores. As a teen, she kept fighting doctor after doctor until she finally found one that diagnosed her pain as endometriosis. This caused her many absences from school, so she became heavily involved in community service to graduate with enough hours. She carried this flame of advocacy in her heart to college and started protesting across Texas and Arizona about SB 1070 and other racist things happening to Latinx at the time. So she gets a teaching fellowship in Colombia and then later gets a Fulbright teaching fellowship in Brazil. She's now fully invested herself in politics, specifically working to get Latinx people heard. She also co-created a group called La Política in Austin that works to create a space for Latinx women to discuss and learn more about politics. She is a Leo, she is badass, and she's been on that nonprofit lifestyle forever because she is so passionate about what she does.
I'm Cassie Smith, and I'm nominating Gloria Espitia.
At the Austin History Center, Gloria worked tirelessly to document the lives and experiences of Mexican Americans and Latinx people in Austin. Through her educational programs at the History Center and the MAS Barrientos Mexican American Cultural Center, she raised awareness about social, political, and economic issues that these marginalized communities face by centering their voices in her projects. Gloria was a mentor for me when I was a volunteer at the Austin History Center, as well as when I was a graduate student at the University of Texas. Her guidance helped me to continue in her footsteps as a community-based researcher. Thank you, Gloria.
Well, I'm back to keep this fiesta going with Irene Diaz. With her breakout debut album, Lovers and Friends, this California songstress combines rich melodies and finely nuanced ambiance, creating a captivating composition to communicate her search for identity, expression, music, and her place in the middle of it all. Te presento a Irene Diaz.
Hello, hi. My name is Irene Diaz, and I'm from Los California. I'm here performing for La Mujer, an event produced by MAS Barrientos Mexican American Cultural Center. This first song I'm going to play you is called I Love You, and it came out of a moment where I was feeling very dark and I needed a lot of self-love and care. So this is a song to myself, and it's a song that you can sing to yourself as well. It's called I Love You.
Don't let it in your way.
it's raining in LA. It never rains, but it's so nice. This one's called Untitled Love Song. This next one I'm going to play for you. It's called The Ghosting Song. And actually, these past three songs, well, this song I played and this one I played, they're not out. They're just going to be out for you. This one's called Ghosting Song. And I wrote it after I personally ghosted a friend. Probably should not have, but sometimes you gotta do, you gotta do what you gotta do. So this is called The Ghosting Song. I spy with my little eye a photograph of you and I, and it's covered in dust in the pictures, slightly crumpled up. That was the year we said goodbye without goodbye, 'cause I never say goodbye. 1,000 times. And now I see, I see, I see this picture makes me cry. But I'll never say goodbye, and I never will reply, 'cause what we had is said and done. I have no regrets, no, not one. What we had has come and gone. I have no regrets, no, not one. No, not one. For you, and this song is called Another Observer, and it is off of my album that is set to come out this year, but this song in particular came out in 2019, and if you want to go check it out, it was produced by Carla Morrison's producers, and it's very pop. So this one's called Another Observer. This is an acoustic version. What's all this fuss? It's just a silly crush. And what do I care? You have somebody there, someone who adores you, someone to come home to. So I wouldn't dare, no, I wouldn't dare. But it's so hard to let go. I can't gain control of this. I make it so obvious. You go and I stay, digging after every day. It's hard for me to walk away, 'cause I'm just another observer. is Irene Diaz. You can check me out at irenediazmusic.com. Thank you, and love to all las mujeres out there. Bye.
Hello, I'm Belinda Vaca. I'm the daughter of Aurora Villarreal Rodriguez. My mother was always such a strong woman to me. My mom, she stood up. She was never afraid. She used to always tell me, when someone says something, you stand up for what you believe in and never let anybody put you down, and you speak up. One of her cousins, her name was Locha Sanchez, was my mom's first cousin in Seguin. She's the one who told me the story. Mom came from a family of 16. My tia, Doña, sent my mom to go get some water for the beans. The rancher who owned it told her, "What are you doing? You go down there and get the water down." My mom goes, "There's cows down there." He goes, "Yes, that's where you're all supposed to get the water, not from the well." And my mom just looked at him, ignored him, and continued getting, well, she got scolded later, that she wasn't supposed to be arguing with the rancher and just should have followed his direction. But my mom's like, no way. She would translate for the family. She was a proud American. But I also believe she did not, she never denied that she was Hispanic, Mexican American. I'm very proud of my mom and that she instilled that in me, to never deny what you are, and to be proud and try to help others.
If you're watching live with us, remember to tag a Mujer Poderosa in the chat.
My name is Jessica, and I'm nominating my grandma. She moved to America in her late 30s. She's from El Salvador, and she worked 3 jobs the whole time she's been here, and she has just been such a root to the family. She brought everyone here as best as she could to keep the family together. She's always cared for us, always looked out for us, and made sure our best intentions were put first. And as long as I can remember, she's always been a hardworking woman. She's so smart, so sweet, and she's just the best role model that I could think of having.
Somos felices, no? Our next performance is none other than Leslie Reynaga, receiving high praise from local officials and press alike. Leslie's bilingual sound has earned her accolades, putting her squarely in the league of beloved music greats Selena and Shakira. With her most recent release, Dual Passport, Leslie pays homage to her roots and promises another striking impression. Bienvenido a Leslie Reynaga.
Hi everyone, my name is Leslie Reynaga. I am so excited to be here today. Thank you so much to the Mexican American Cultural Center for hosting this event called La Mujer. My name is Leslie Reynaga, and I would like to get started with an original song. This is called Heroína.
Puse minifalda con mis tacones muy firme voy. Me miro en el espejo, veo la belleza de mi interior. Tus atenciones no me hacen falta, sé lo que soy, sé lo que soy. Tú me comes con tu mirada, con tu lujuria ignorante. Esos ruidos y esos gestos ya no lo niegues, son perversión. Confundas tus acciones con inocente admiración, que no lo son. Nadie te enseñó de chiquito que nos molestan los chiflidos y los gritos. Soy audaz y soy femenina. soy heroína. Que no te engañe la intuición, soy heroína. Que no te engañe la intuición, soy heroína. Yo, mientras tanto, sigo intentando romper ese techo de cristal. Y descalza sobre el fuego, me gana el miedo, vine a triunfar. Es el brillo de mi mente, últimamente el que hará temblar hasta tu pensar. Wow, wow. Nadie te enseñó de chiquito que nos molestan los chiflidos y los gritos. Soy audaz y soy femenina. Que no te engañe la intuición, soy heroína. Que no te engañe la intuición, soy heroína. Que no te engañe la intuición, soy heroína. Creíste que me quedaré callada, te lo digo de frente y a la cara. Eso de tratarnos como objetos se me llama cosificación. Solo te pido el respeto que merezco, tu androcentrismo acabar por completo. Si me he visto bien no es para ti, esto que escribo es para mí. No, no busco tus atenciones, no me hace falta, sé lo que soy. No confundas tus acciones con inocente admiración. Y descalza sobre el fuego, me gana el miedo, vine a triunfar, a triunfar. Wow, wow. Nadie te enseñó de chiquito que nos molestan los chiflidos y los gritos. Wow, wow. Soy audaz y soy femenina. Que no te engañe la intuición, soy heroína. Nadie te enseñó de chiquito que nos molestan los chiflidos y los gritos. Soy audaz y soy femenina. Que no te engañe la intuición, soy heroína. Que no te engañe la intuición, soy heroína. Que no te engañe la intuición, soy heroína. Huge shout out to 512 Studios for lending me the space to do this live stream for you guys. Thank you for having me here. And once again, thank you to the MAC for hosting this event, La Mujer. This next song is another original song, and this is called All American Girl. You were foreign, now you're mine. Met you when I was a child, from across the borderline. You let me be the best version of myself. I've got two tongues, the sun, the moon, this ground I claim. And haters gonna hate, but I am here to stay. I'm from here and I'm from there. All American girl, en español o en inglés I am an all-American girl, all-American, all-American girl, all-American, all-American girl, all-American, all-American girl, all-American, all-American, America. In your eyes we're all the same. There's those who pointed us to blame, but you can let them take our pride away. Oh, you let me be the best version of myself. I've got two tongues, the sun, the moon, this ground I claim. And haters gonna hate, but I am here to stay. I'm from here and I'm from there. All American girl, and bottom on this ground I claim. And haters gonna hate, but I am here to stay. I'm from here and I'm from there. All American girl, en español o en inglés I am an all-American girl. I am an all-American girl. I am an all-American girl. All-American, all-American girl. All-American, all-American girl. All-American, all-American girl. All-American, all-American girl. All right, so I have another original song, and all of these songs that I've been playing are from my last EP release, which is called Dual Passport. And this next song is, this is called Lines. She sings a northern mockingbird song. Her melody carries her heart along to a place not far away from home in Monterey. She feels the winter raindrops fall over the Rio Grande border wall, where only clouds cross a gateway and dreams will be delayed. Trying to reach the other side, soaring in wide open skies, her familiar lullaby, her beyond unseen divides. She'll erase the lines, erase the lines, erase the lines, erase the lines, oh, erase the lines. She sees the sunrise in the east, hopes her wings will bring her release. But liberty's denied in skyways and highways, while dust turns gold to gray. Trying to reach the other side, soaring in wide open skies, her familiar lullaby, heard beyond unseen divides. She'll erase the lines, erase the lines, erase the lines, erase the lines, oh, erase the lines. Memories flow in the river bend, ups and downs for and lost again. Both sides on the valley below, survival at all costs is what she knows. Erase the lines, oh, trying to reach the other side, soaring in wide open skies, her familiar lullaby, heard beyond unseen divides. She'll erase the lines, trying to reach the other side, soaring in wide open skies, her familiar lullaby, heard beyond unseen divides. She'll erase the lines, erase the lines, erase the lines, erase the lines, oh, erase the lines, erase the lines, erase the lines, erase the lines, erase the lines. All right, changing instruments. Yeah. Oh, so sweaty. All right.
All right, so this next song is dear to my heart. This is another original song. My background is actually in mariachi music, so I've been playing and singing mariachi music since I was 16 years old, and when I wrote this song, I was kind of thinking of some of those classic huapangos, and this is called Since the Moment He Was Mine. Taller than the mountains, huckleberry sweet smile. In the heights of Montana, I was drawn by his mystic charm. He was silent like horizons in his Texas hometown. Watch me cross the campfire while my song through him it ran. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. There were sparks burning bright. Since the moment he was mine, endless thoughts of his reflection on the noiseless crystal lakes keep me in the right direction in a daze that never breaks. All the hours spent debating the true color of his eyes, a simple continuation to the flame that blazed that night. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. There were sparks burning bright since the moment he was mine. Oh, Gia, 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 Gia. Oh, Gia, 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 Gia. Oh, Gia, 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 Gia. Since the moment he was All right, and I have one more song. Thank you guys for watching. Once again, my name is Leslie Reynaga, and this is called Que Nadie Sepa Mi Sufrir. Para para pa, para pa para para pa, para pa para para pa, para pa pa, para para pa, para pa para para pa, para pa para para pa, para pa pa. No te asombres si te digo lo que fuiste, un ingrato con mi pobre corazón. Porque el fuego de tus lindos ojos negros alumbraron el camino de otro amor. Y pensar que te adoraba tiernamente, que a tu lado como nunca me sentí. Y por esas cosas raras de la vida, sin el beso de tu boca yo me vi. Amor de mis amores, amor mío, que me hiciste, que no puedo conformarme sin poderte contemplar.
ya que pagaste mal a mi cariño tan sincero. Lo que conseguirás es que no te nombre nunca más. Amor de mis amores, si dejaste de quererme, no hay cuidado que la gente de eso no se enterará. Que gano con decir que un hombre cambió mi suerte. Se burlarán de mí, que nadie sepa mi sufrir. Para pam, 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 para pam. No te asombres si te digo lo que fuiste, un ingrato con mi pobre corazón, porque el fuego de tus lindos ojos negros alumbraron el camino de otro amor. Y pensar que te adoraba tiernamente, que a tu lado como nunca me sentí, y por esas cosas raras de la vida, sin el beso de tu boca yo me vi. Amor de mis amores, si dejaste de quererme, no hay cuidado que la gente de eso no se enterará. Que gano con decir que un hombre cambió mi suerte. Se burlarán de mí, que nadie sepa mi sufrir. Parara papá, parara, parara papá, parara, parara papá, parara, parara, parara papá, parara, parara papá, parara, parara papá, parara pa. Amor de mis amores, si dejaste de quererme, no hay cuidado que la gente de eso no se enterará. Que gano con decir que un hombre cambió mi suerte. Se burlarán de mí, que nadie sepa mi sufrir. Para pa, para pa, para pa, para pa, para pa, para pa pa. Para pa, para pa, para pa, para pa, para pa. Thank you.
I'm Ana Cristina Loya, and I nominate my sister, Diana, as a Mujer Poderosa. This woman in my family is a humble and dependable, caring nurse who works at the main hospital and is giving it her all. She has been a nurse mama during the last months, having to also pick up shifts from other nurses who have gotten the virus, and she's had to work longer hours. I did worry about her mental health and the health of her growing baby, Noel Misael, but I'm happy to see that she's close to giving birth, especially in this last pandemic year.
I'm Bianca Olivares Reyes, and Marilyn Manso is my mentor here in Dove Springs, Austin. Since I've known Marilyn, she's become more than just a mentor to me. Seeing how understanding, compassionate, and caring Marilyn is inspires me to be just like her. Marilyn works for a nonprofit organization called Friends of the Children, where she helps families demand equity and provides resources to overcome challenges of injustice. Marilyn herself had experienced a lack of resources growing up, but now she continues her fight for other families that need help. Seeing the smiles and hearing the laughter of kids she's helped has inspired me to leave a positive impact on others' lives just as well. Her commitment and perseverance to dismantle the inequities families are facing makes her a hero to many. I'm very thankful to have such an extraordinary woman to guide and support me in life.
My name is Olivia. I work at the MAC here in Austin, and I wanted to express my appreciation for TK Tunches of Frida Friday ATX and Las Ofrendas. TK for me defines what it is to be a mujer poderosa. TK and I have collaborated on multiple events, and I just love her ambition and her creativity. I see TK lifting up other women, trans folks, and non-binary individuals, and she just uses her platform to create spaces that really feel safe and welcoming and just beautifully curated. I think one of her biggest accomplishments is carving out these spaces in a quickly gentrifying city, and also just finding ways to work within the systems that are put in place that can be really limiting. Whenever met with a challenge, she really doesn't give up. And she just makes the most beautiful jewelry and adornments. Her style is everything to me. We share an intense love for Frida Kahlo, and TK really embodies that spirit of being bold and fearless and having the confidence to set the highest goals and then see them through.
Amigos y amigas, we are on a roll tonight with our next act, Mariachi Las Coronelas. This is no regular mariachi band. This 11-member all-women ensemble is shaking up the mariachi scene with love songs, dance songs, and even The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Blending Texan and Mexican cultures, the music pays special tribute to the immigrants of our country. Preparen estar encantados con internationally touring Mariachi Las Coronelas.
Me gusta tocar guitarra, me gusta cantar el son. Mariachi me acompaña cuando canto mi canción. Me gusta tomar mis copas, aguardiente es lo mejor. También el tequila blanco con su sal le da sabor. Ay, 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 mi moreno de mi corazón. Ay, 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 mi moreno de mi corazón. Hi everybody, good evening. We are Mariachi Las Coronelas. And it is our pleasure to celebrate a la mujer en este día tan especial. We're going to continue with this next selection, our tribute to Johnny Cash. Ahí va.
Sad and
Legacy. That was our Johnny Cash tribute. And with this next selection, we're going to take you on a journey to a soulful ranchera, una que fue hecha famosa por el señor Vicente Fernández. This one is entitled Por tu maldito amor.
Mariachi Las Coronelas once again, and now we're going to do a song from the Disney hit Coco. It's called Un Poco Loco. What color is the sky? Ay, amor, ay, amor. You tell me that it's red. Ay, amor, ay, amor. Where should I put my shoes? Ay, amor, ay, amor. You say put them on your head. Ay, amor, ay, amor. You make me un poco loco, un poquitito loco. The way you keep me dancing, I'm not in
ay mi amor, que traes todo al revés, ay mi amor, creo que piensas con los pies, ay mi amor, me traes un poco loco, un poquitito loco, estoy adivinando qué quieres y para cuándo, y aquí estoy celebrando que me he vuelto un poco loca. He's just un poco crazy, makes my cabeza shaky. He's just un poco crazy, makes my cabeza shaky. He's just un poco crazy, makes my cabeza shaky. He's just un poco crazy, makes my cabeza shaky. That I'm only un poco loca. That I'm only un poco loca. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Un Poco Loco. This next selection we're going to do is our tribute to one of the greatest songwriters of all time, Mr. David Bowie. This song is entitled Space Oddity. Selection we're going to do for you guys is a beautiful Charlie Daniels tune entitled The Devil Went Down to Georgia. Oh no.
But I'm a fiddle player too. Texas, y'all, and for all the other states that have a little bit of a problem with those rattlesnakes. You know what I'm talking about, right? All the way from Veracruz in Mexico, el cascabel.
Muchas gracias.
I'm Frederico Seven. I am a Latinx musician here in Austin, Texas. And it is my pleasure to nominate my mother, Creuza Sales Gaib. My mother, Creuza, she was born dirt poor in the countryside of Brazil. She and a friend left the tiny town to the big city of São Paulo and Rio. And at a very young age, my mom, she learned German. She put herself through interior design school. By the time she had me at 22 years old, she had already traveled the world. It was really hard for her to be a single mom as a brown woman in Brazil in the 1970s, a very machista place. And she raised me always with grace. So if I am half the person I am today, is because of her vision, her tenacity, her strong will. To all of the amazing mujeres poderosas out there that have come from deep poverty and have risen to be themselves in the world, I salute you. Thank you.
My name is Joe Reyes Boitel, and I'm nominating Irene Lara Silva in Austin, Texas. I nominate her because she speaks of joy and beauty and loss and struggle and understanding and growth. I think she's a mujer poderosa and a poeta poderosa, inspiring me to keep reaching for truth. Irene is a blessing for the city and for poetry all over the world because of her fearlessness and spirit. I'm proud to call her my friend and an inspiring person.
My name is Kat Gadia, and April Carley has been my pastor and mentor for the past 3 years. She has intentionally held together a community of folks who gather and support one another through friendship and sacrifice. Over the past year, April has demonstrated her resiliency and bravery by holding space for members of the community to grieve, to serve our neighbors, and to confide their own personal conflicts relating to the way that society continues to mistreat historically oppressed groups. All while she handles her own challenging life events, chronic health issues, sending her eldest to college during a pandemic, adapting our community to respond to the pandemic and stay connected while apart, and going without electricity for an entire month. She's a hero and a queen who continues to invite growth and remain open to new ideas.
Thank you for sharing your inspirational women so we can all celebrate them. If you're watching live with us, we have an extra special giveaway. If you fill out a survey right now at lamujeratx.net about this experience, you can win one of these Frida Friday gift boxes today.
The boxes are made by TK Tunches and Las Ofrendas and distributed at Frida Friday ATX, Austin's only women of color-centered Mercado y Más.
Follow the ESB Mac on Facebook at Austin ESB Mac and Instagram at ESB Mac to see more Frida Friday collaborations in the future.
Thank you for watching our La Mujer event this evening. We'd like to take a moment to recognize Vanessa Guillen, who lost her life because of gender violence. Vanessa needs to be recognized for her bravery in joining the military, where women in service to this country risk their lives because of gender inequality, violence, and sexual assault. Her story needs to be remembered today in our La Mujer event because she was a poderosa, a Latina, and a beautiful soul.
Seguimos bailando, no? And taking us to the finish line tonight is none other than Latin Grammy-nominated Gina Chavez. Together with her bandmates, Gina is a 12-time Austin Music Award winner, and her appearance on NPR's Tiny Desk concert garnered over 1.2 million views. Gina's music is a profoundly personal collection of songs that chronicle her life in Texas as she discovers her Latin roots and shares her story as a married queer Catholic. Without further ado, Gina Chavez.
What's up?
up, Austin, Texas? We are so excited to be here for La Mujer Festival. Y'all, my new album, La Que Manda, is all about this. La Que Manda means the woman in charge, she boss, boss babe. And ladies, that is what we are. That is what La Mujer is all about. I'm so excited to have the full band rocking for the MAC and for the city of Austin. Let's do it.
Closer than 2,000 miles. Oh, the tips of my fingers miss the curve of your smile. Those dimples make me melt inside. Oh, but you my love, you are hard to find. Walking the block in the stupor of rain. I got no more to give to you than what I've given today. Someone to steal my mind. Oh, but you my love, you are hard to find. Te quiero, me pierdo. Si tú no estás aquí, te extraño, me engaño. Pa' aguantar otro día, te añoro, te espero, mi amor. Te añoro, te espero, mi amor. It's cold without your embrace around me. Frozen devout, waiting on bended knee. I need someone to steal my mind. Oh, but you my love, you are hard to find. Te quiero, me pierdo. Si tú no estás aquí, te extraño, me engaño. Pa' aguantar otro día, te añoro, te espero, mi amor. Te añoro, te espero, mi amor. Miles de millas desgasta mi amor. Miles de millas desgasta mi amor.
All right, y'all, we're going to sing a song for Kamala Harris. Let's go. All right, this song's for my ladies. Where my ladies at? All the ladies in the house say, ooh, ooh. Come on, all the ladies in the house say, ooh, ooh. Let's go. My hands are tied, your hands are too. Now we don't know where to go, we don't know what to do. Left me right, y'all. I've got a new record out, and it just got nominated for a Latin Grammy. I am very excited about that. So just a teeny bit about me. I'm born and raised in Austin, Texas. I'm half Mexican, half Swiss German. And music has been my doorway to discover my Latin roots. And so to reach this moment where I have my first all-Spanish language album get nominated for a Latin Grammy is huge. And we're going to kick it off with a song from my latest record, which is called La Que Manda. And this song is called Ella, which means she.
Sus manos están atadas, su voz no puede más, no sabe a dónde ir ni qué hacer. Su cuerpo no para de bailar al ritmo de esta realidad, no sabe a dónde ir ni qué hacer. Le quitaron las ganas de hablar, el silencio tratan de encontrar, a la fuerza ellos quieren callar, en contra de eso y más nunca se rindió, nunca se rindió. Toda la historia callando una verdad, hemos tenido el poder, siempre supimos a dónde ir y qué hacer. Le quitaron las ganas de hablar, el silencio tratan de encontrar, a la fuerza ellos quieren callar, en contra de eso y más nunca se rindió, nunca se rindió, nunca se rindió, nunca se rindió. En la calle corremos peligro, en la casa nos matan también, y si armamos valor para decirlo, hasta la iglesia se cae también. Pero no tenemos tiempo que perder, fueron muchas las que lucharon ayer, por las que están y las que vendrán. No nos rendimos, ella persistió, nunca se rindió, ella persistió, nunca se rindió, no nos rendimos, ella persistió, no nos rendimos, nunca se rindió, no nos rendimos, ella persistió, no nos rendimos.
It's time to get loud, folks. This song's called Let It Out. It's about dancing. I want to see y'all out there. Let's go.
What kind of good is money when famine comes round? Stifle a million voices, these walls gon' get loud. Let it out. yeah. Oh, oh. Say na 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 na. Come on, let it out, come on. Come on, get down. Come on, let it out. Say hey! Here we go. Sono di pura vida, subiendo hacia la gaca. Hicimos Toro Mérida, 1, 2, 3, 4 días. Santiago hasta San Marcán, Villa Taramba, fin Búsqueda, Guatemala, Morelia, Buenos Aires, we go, let's go!
This has been una noche increíble. We've heard soulful, joyful, bright, and energetic performances from women who are making a difference and making us proud to be a part of La Mujer and Austin's Latino community at large. Please visit our page for links to learn more about the artists that you have seen tonight and for information on how you can participate in future MAC events. Again, my name is Cindy Brio, and it has been my absolute pleasure to be here with you tonight. On behalf of the CMAS Barrientos Mexican American Cultural Center and the City of Austin, we sincerely thank you for helping to make this event a truly spectacular La Mujer Festival. Stay safe, be well, and buenas noches.
For a chance to win a La Mujer gift box, take a survey at lamujeratx.net and catch more of our live stream performances. Thank you to all the mujeres poderosas who got us to where we are today. Make sure to check out La Mujer ATX to see our virtual exhibit, Multi, curated by Coca Treviño with these participating artists. Do you know somebody making a difference in the Austin arts community? Nominate them for an award of excellence. We're taking submissions until May 8th on the MAC website, macaustin.org.
Right.